All right. Hopefully the audio sounds good. Looks like a couple people are joining the feed, so thank you. I was working around in the studio. Actually, just got into the studio a little bit ago, and I heard the tornado warning activation. So I wanted to just hop on. I can't really work in the studio, and there's active tornado warnings, and really not be live streaming. That just kind of sounds wrong. Even though today is not a big tornado day, and we're obviously not going to be able to cover every single tornado warning that ever happens in the country, especially if it's an isolated tornado event. Since I was right here in the studio working around the computer, I decided to hop on. The other thing that is also nice is we have a camera basically pointed at this storm, thanks to Mississippi DOT. This is at Verona, Mississippi, in the Tupelo area. And you can see the Verona is pretty much center line for this tornadic part of the storm. As long as we stay tornadic here, it's kind of broadened out just a little bit and weakened some, but it's tucked up here near Pontotoc. And it's I haven't seen any debris signature or anything on the correlation coefficient. There's some hail in here that's showing up, but if we were looking for debris, it'd be down in this area. And I'm just not seeing that right now. Doesn't mean it's not on the ground. You know how that goes, but at least it just means it's not picking it up to the level of the radar. We are decently close to the radar, so that gives me some confidence that it's not on the ground right now. Our radar here out of the Tri-Cities area over here north of Columbus, Mississippi. I forget what town that's actually in, but radar not too far away. This is also coming into a more populated area. That was the other rationale for going live, kind of spur of the moment. Again, I was working in the studio and heard the tornado alert go off, but then also we do have cameras on it, and it's in a fairly populated area. Coming up to the 5 o'clock Central Time, so people are getting off work in the Tupelo metro, and you can see the west side of Tupelo. Unfortunately, it's one of those things. If I was in this situation, getting ready to leave work, you want to get home, but I would not drive west of Tupelo right now and get into a tornado situation. So yeah, immediately Tupelo, you're not in the tornado warning. There are storms that are pretty strong. They were severe warned before this tornado warning coming towards the Tupelo area. I know it kind of sucks, but if you have to, maybe just hunker down at work for a little bit, get a little extra work done, and then head out after the storms blow through. And especially if you're headed to kind of south and west of Tupelo towards the Pontotoc area, that's where the active tornado warning is ongoing. And you definitely don't want to drive into a rain-wrapped tornado, which is certainly a possibility in this type of environment. Again, not seeing a deep debris signature or anything. This may stand out down here, but that is clear air outside of the circulation, so that's not a tornado signature. I do notice just a little bit of a CC drop right there. We'll have to watch that. We'll take a look at the next scan. Could be also some clear air in there, but that correlates with the area of circulation just a little bit better. So I'll keep an eye on that one. In general, here we have the reds. Those are going away from the radar. And then we have our green inbound towards the radar. Again, our radar is off the corner of your screen over here in the Columbus, Mississippi area. So off to the southeast. So that shows the counterclockwise circulation. It's just on the southwest sides of Pontotoc, Mississippi. And this warning is also for $half size hail. So keep that in mind. Another reason why, if I was in the Tupelo area, I probably wouldn't be leaving right now, especially if I got the car like in the office, and the office has a car park and a parking garage. I just wouldn't want to get that beat up anyway. But this is 7 mile, well, it was warned 7 miles west of Pontotoc, moving east at 30. And it's a little closer now towards the Pontotoc area of Mississippi. The center of that circulation is only about 3.5 miles southwest of Pontotoc. It is moving east, so let's take a look at it. Yeah, it might not get right into downtown. It's too close to call, and certainly if you're in downtown, you definitely want to stay in your tornado shelter. Tornado safe place, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. You got a basement or storm shelter or a low level of the split level. That's the best option. If not, at least go to that low level of a sturdy structure. But again, I wouldn't bet on it right now, but If it stays on the current track, it should track just south of downtown Pontotoc. And yeah, there's the latest update. It's basically passing on the south side of town right now. Now that we got that latest scan in. Okay. Didn't see a CC drop there with a couple little random CC notes. So good sign. It's probably still not on the ground, but it's a pretty decent circulation. It's not overly strong, but it's decently tight right in here, basically at West 8th Street and County Road 287. That's kind of your strongest area. There's a bit of a broader meso. You can kind of see the mesocyclone is the rotating updraft base, essentially, of the storm. And you can see that general area rotating. But within that, there's a little bit more of a localized area of rotation. And that would be the distinct area where we could get a tornado localized. It's a little bit of a messy setup. You can see there's quite a bit of other storms around. And this was an area that the Storm Prediction Center noted earlier this afternoon has a bit of a chance of a little bit extra tornadic dynamics. They did bump up the tornado risk to a 5% risk across northern and north central Mississippi and into the west central parts of Alabama. That does include Birmingham, so keep an eye on that later this afternoon and evening in the Birmingham metro. And again, I was out this afternoon, so I haven't checked yet. But I believe this is the first tornado warning of the day. I'll have to double check that in a few minutes. Hey, Catwoman, how's it going today? Lawrence County. Hearing thunder. I don't think it's going to be that bad here, though. Let's see. Yeah, let me check on that real quick. It shouldn't be too bad for most people. It's more of a isolated severe chance today, but Mississippi, where is that? Okay, yeah, you're south of all this, right? You're in southern Mississippi, south of Jackson, well south of Jackson. Yeah, you guys get a little bit of a break. There is a, you're kind of right on the edge of a little bit more of an enhanced severe area above that region. Yeah, the best severe chances are going to be from basically Jackson north of I-20. There is a slight risk. Let's clear that out just a little bit. Yeah, there's a slight risk. It covers basically northern and central parts of Alabama, western Georgia, and then northern and central parts of Mississippi. The risk is pretty much wrapped up for Arkansas, a little sliver of northeast Louisiana, and then yeah, it's basically for I-20 north in Mississippi. The severe thunderstorm warning does cover, I believe that goes down to Lawrence. Yeah. You guys are you're kind of in the last county to the southeast side of that severe thunderstorm watch. So there's a chance of some severe weather. It's mostly going to be isolated to scattered large hail and damaging winds down that far. I was watching, there was a storm here that has a tornado possible tag. That also piqued my interest a little bit ago. We can check on that for you, though. I'm clearing a few things off the menu just so it's a little less cumbersome. This is a supercell. There's a pretty beefy supercell. It's west and north of Macomb. And it's moving east right now. So keep an eye on this, especially if you're south of, what highway is that? Is that 84? Let me double check that. Or is that further south? Yeah, that's 84, US 84. If you're south of 84 in Lawrence County, keep an eye on this storm that's off to the west. That would be... Yeah, it's about 20 miles away. It's basically the next county over. The tornadic part, though, it looks like it would be going south towards Summit and Macomb. Definitely keep an eye on that one if you're over there towards I-55. And this one hasn't had a tornado warning, but just noting a tornado is possible with some broad rotation. And anytime you have a supercell, you have a rotating updraft. So this does note that there's a rotating updraft on that cell. A couple other severe warnings today, or at least ongoing right now. Strong storm there with some hail and wind near Grenada, Mississippi. A little bit of broad rotation in that one too. And then it looks like mostly a wind threat and hail threat for this cell over near Phil Campbell, Hackleburg, and areas there into northwest parts of Alabama. You can see how messy of a setup it is. There is a little bit of broad rotation in that cell, but it's kind of wrapped up in a bunch of rain and storms. And this is probably going to decrease the overall severe chances up here. They're all just kind of bumping into each other and stealing energy from each other. Especially to get a really dynamic tornadic supercell, it's going to need to clear inflow, and it's going to struggle with it with all these storms around. That said, there is a lot of instability, and there's a little bit of a shear environment in here. So some of these storms in northern Alabama are rotating. We'll see if we can get any other tornado warnings. They would have to kind of localize that rotation like we saw for at least a little bit here in Pontotoc County, Mississippi. Let me go back and see actually how strong it was when it was warned. Yeah. So they were watching it for a while, and it was rotating as it came south of Thaxton, but kind of right in there when it started to get warned. That did tighten up briefly. Probably did not produce, but it got tight enough there where it needed a tornado warning. It kind of met those tornadic parameters. And yeah, you can see just back here when it was right about to get warned, it was a little bit tighter. And you can see the brighter reds and brighter greens. They've backed off a little bit, and they're a little bit disjointed right now. We can see that there's a little bit of gray kind of in here, kind of this neutral color. That just indicates that this mesocyclone has broadened out a bit, and it's not super localized right now. That said, tornado warning still continues. Basically, southeast sides of Pontotoc, along and south of Corridor V, and Valley Road. It's approaching Valley Road, Praise Acres, Palmetto, and Zion, Mississippi. And like I said, we're basically looking at that storm right now. And actually, let's pull that up, that camera, and take this a little bit fuller and see what's going on in this storm. And there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on in Alabama right now. It looks like there's a silver alert and a tornado warning. So if you're in this part of Mississippi, it's not a great day right now, apparently. Yeah, and if there is a tornado, it would be wrapped up in the rain on the southeast side of Pontotoc, Mississippi. You can see it's kind of a typical southern storm. There's a low base, which makes it hard for chasing and storm spotting here. With tall trees, a lot of pine trees in this part of the country, and low bases, the condensation level is pretty low with all the moisture and instability. And especially on a day like today, there's added lift with a kind of upper level feature swinging through the area, and a kind of a degraded frontal boundary that's also acting as a focal point. I'm trying to just kind of see if there's rotation in here, and actually it looks like the camera froze briefly. There we go. That's a better shot. I think with all the rain and cloudiness, it's going to be really hard to see this thing until it's basically right on the camera. That's Mississippi Highway 41, and then Veterans Highway East. That's also Oxford Street coming out of Pontotoc. And then down towards Black Zion Road. Yeah, it's approaching Zion, and then that turns into Valley Road. It's also going to follow, essentially, this highway here is US 278. So it's kind of following 278. Looks like right now, unless it kind of reorganizes or pulls to the north, it looks like right now, one, it has weakened, but on its current pace, it would likely cross south of Tupelo. That's at Tupelo, Mississippi. You do want to pay attention to the storm. It's a dangerous storm with quarter-size hail and a potential for a tornado, although that has weakened some. It's getting some interaction from some cells to its south, and that's, I think, disrupting that circulation some. Yeah, there is a broad circulation in this storm near Phil Campbell in Alabama, so keep an eye on that one too. Coming up towards Spruce Pines. Does not have a tornado possible tag, but just there is some rotation in there. And that would eventually go up towards Moulton, Alabama. And then I also want to check this storm up here that shows at least some, yeah, there's a little weak rotation. It's mostly at the mid and upper levels near Decatur, Alabama, crossing I-65 right now. And you can even see it in kind of the reflectivity, how there's some bands that kind of pull into that cell. Just noting that there's some rotation in there. Oh yeah, you guys had those tornadoes the other, like 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. I remember that. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on that cell too. Those 3 cells appear to be the ones to really keep an eye on. The one up by Phil Campbell, obviously the tornado warned cell right now, and then that tornado possible severe thunderstorm down on the southern side of Mississippi. There we go. Put that in the box again. Yeah, that one, and still watching this one down here. It does look like it'll miss you guys in Monticello, though. I forget, is it Monticello or do you pronounce it Monticello? There's some of those town names in each state, and they seem to pronounce it differently. Let's pull up the Hammond radar, get a little closer look at that cell. Yeah, kind of broad rotation, but it's not particularly strong at the moment. It appears like it was stronger earlier. Okay, I got it right. That's good. Monticello. I think that's how most of the communities pronounce it, but I think there's a couple that pronounce it Monticello. This storm may have some hail in it too. It's not being severe warned right now on the northern side of that, but there may be some small hail in that. That's going to head down towards the Lawrence County line if it stays on its current track, as kind of it's just ever so slightly going south of east. And then that next county to your south, I don't know what county that is off the top of my head, but down the county with Tylertown would be the one that is in line more for that. If it starts to rotate tighter, that mesocyclone on that side. Okay, what do we did? Okay, I like that idea. They're dropping the tornado warning, which makes sense. Or well, they'll let the storm just leave the tornado warning. It's still rotating, but it's rotating more broadly and in line with a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. They've also kind of expanded out. Yeah, they've expanded out the warning to include all of Tupelo over towards Fulton, Mississippi, Nettleton, and down towards Amory, Mississippi. And just on the latest scan, that actually rotation's backed off even further. I'm going to stay with this for a little while since we do have some pretty strong storms in the area. I also want to make sure it doesn't relocalize somewhere else. Sometimes some of these cell mergers can disrupt a circulation and then a new circulation can form out of it, especially if it's a cyclic supercell. We'll also then be able to check on some of these other cells that are around. Yeah, rotation in this cell is kind of broad too. It's near Liberty Hill and Phil Campbell. Just checking all my products, flipping through the reflectivity, and then flipping to the velocity, and then also just double checking with correlation coefficient. But you can kind of tell this is in that same boat as the one that's up by Decatur. You can kind of see there's little feeder bands. This is where it's getting the inflow. So you can just kind of tell even on the reflectivity that there's some overall general spin in this storm. And that's going to continue tracking to the east. Only at 25 miles an hour. So keep an eye on that one towards Moulton. I'm sure. That's a nice part of Mississippi, though. Yeah, and keep an eye on this one. A little bit of broad circulation in that cell, too. Again, the tornado chance is not super high, except this area has a 5% chance of a couple tornadoes. Flood warning if you're down there in around the Hammond area for the Tangipahoa. Okay, so we've lost the tornado warnings. That's good to see. Make sure there's nothing else too crazy going on. And I do want to check. There is a marginal risk now out here. Earlier today, it was not a risk highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center, but they've upped that, I believe, for just large hail. High base, low top convection. Yeah, large hail and some severe gusts. Nothing too crazy, though, out there right now around the Phoenix area, down towards Tucson. And yeah, they've broadened this through the day. It started as a marginal risk the other day, and then it expanded to a small area of slight risk. And since then, it's been pushed actually quite a bit further south and east across the Birmingham area and then into Atlanta. There's some lightning on that camera. That's a good it's a good camera at Verona. I want to see how this cell kind of handles these cell mergers. So far, those cell merges have really disrupted that circulation. Couple of damage reports coming in. Let's see, trees down Liberty Road in Franklin County. Oh yeah, and I want to check and see. I think that was our first tornado warning of the day, but I just wanted to double check that. I had a couple prior engagements I couldn't get out of earlier today, so I just want to kind of double check since I wasn't on the radar all afternoon or anything. Yeah, that tornado warning that we were hopped on for was the first tornado warning of the day. So that also is another reason why it's a good idea to hop on, because these storms are in a favorable environment, at least in the short term, late here in the afternoon, starting to get into the evening. And we'll see if others that are in that similar environment kind of are able to tap some of that shear in the environment. And certainly there's instability and a lot of moisture. And that could be the one factor that maybe overrides the tornado threat, is there's just a ton of moisture and a ton of competition in here. There's kind of a big messy cluster of storms, and it's not organized at all into some of the models showed a mesoscale convective system kind of developing out of these. Right now, it's pretty messy. Yeah, and there's messy clusters of multi-cell storms all the way back into Louisiana. But not many of those are severe right now. Let me see if we can get eyes on that other cell that's down to the south in Mississippi. Should be able to, since that's coming up towards the Macomb area. So bear with me here. Let me see if we get a camera down there. I was working around the studio and I knew we had a camera ready to go at Verona, but I did not get my camera set up normally doing like a live stream. I go through a pre-stream checklist and that sort of stuff, but yeah, we do. Let's see here. Okay, so this is at Macomb looking to the northwest towards that storm. And you can already see it's kind of a wet afternoon commute there in the Macomb area. And yeah, that's staying broad right now too. They've actually, yeah, there's a better look at it. It's more of a shear line at the moment coming through Auburn, Mississippi. About, let's see, that's about 11 miles northwest of Macomb. And it's only moving at about 20 miles an hour, so there's a bit of time there. 20 could be a little bit light. It might be moving a bit faster than 20. What I want to do is I'm going to kind of take the whole line from more of the core of the storm, the hail core. So you're going to get rain, thunder, and lightning and some gusty winds ahead of this, but I want to take it from where there's a little bit of hail, and then also just in front of the kind of weakened broad mesocyclone, just to see where it's going. And I'll say 25. I think it might be moving more at 30 just visually looking at it, but Weather Service says 20. I don't know. Radar says maybe a little faster. That puts it into Bogachito, 24 minutes. Ruth, and about 40 minutes. Wow. If it holds together, Sartonville, about 70 minutes. And I don't think it's going to, but if it starts to take a turn more towards its right and heads more south and east, that would take it towards Summit in about 21 minutes and Macomb in about a half hour. Oh yeah. If they got some cement cooler type of spaces, that's pretty good. Near Darbin. Oh yeah. I mean, depending on when his shift is over, he may get home before that storm gets there. At least the strongest part of that storm. That storm would still be about 70 to 80 minutes from Darbin area around Sartonville and points east at the current pace of 20 to 25 miles an hour. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, he might get this storm. Let me just look and back up a little bit. It's come down in strength a little bit based on the reflectivity. It's overall kind of maintaining itself. It definitely hasn't strengthened. It looks like it went through was stronger back here, and that's where we have a wind damage report out of Franklin County. And then since then, it's kind of cycled. It got a lot weaker right about here. But then the last couple scans, that hail core has come up just a little bit. The rotation, though, rotation has stayed broad and weak. So I agree with the tornado possible tag. Oh, and the rotation was stronger back here. So yeah, that part of the storm has definitely weakened and broadened some. We'll keep an eye on it, though. Go back to the north. We'll take a look at these cells. Looks like that cell near Grenada dropped 1-inch hail. So that is a severe warned cell. There was a little bit of an updraft with that one too. That's kind of weakened as well. And then they've dropped the tornado possible tag. I agree with that. Yeah, there's not much going on here anymore. Oh no, they didn't. What happened there? That just glitched out or something. They still have the tornado possible tag, but quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't see much though. If they drop the tornado possible tag, I'd agree with that too. You can see how that area of circulation up by Pontotoc just basically is completely dissipated. Yeah. Sometimes a cell merger will help an area of circulation, and then a lot of times the cell merger can really disrupt it. And if it's a really strong circulation, even that disruption, it can sometimes reorganize and come out of that. We saw that a little bit the other day in Oklahoma on the live stream. This one, it looks like those cell mergers have really disrupted this, at least for now. These cells have kind of come and undercut that updraft, so we'll see if it can recycle. If it would, it'd probably be south of those cells that are draped along that direction. They're actually kind of moving north and east. Behind those cells, there's going to be a little bit of rain-cooled air too, so it's going to need a little bit of time if it does try and recycle. And if it does, the good news is for Tupelo, it's going to be well to your south and east. It's one to keep an eye on towards Amory. Amory? Don't know how to say that one. And also Smithville, Mississippi. I would have been on earlier if I did have a schedule clear today, but especially the other day, it didn't look like there's going to be much severe weather. And then it's kind of picked up in the last couple days. But yeah, so I was kind of working around the studio just to make sure things are behaving, and then saw the tornado warning. This is now a considerable threat. This cell that's moving through Phil Campbell and Haleyville, Alabama. It's coming towards the Bankhead National Forest. And this might actually be going south of Moulton now, at least the strongest part of this storm. I don't see as much circulation in here, but yes, it is a wind-driven storm with a lot of lightning too. Let's see, where's it going? Addison, Coleman. Boy, I feel like Coleman is like a tornado magnet. That's a non-scientific exclamation there, but I feel like we're always getting warnings and stuff out of Coleman, and that community got really hit hard in 2011. Thanks, Kat. Yeah, that was a tricky one too. Those were those had some erratic movement too on those. One went like south of town, and then the other one went north of town, right? Let's check down into the Jackson area too. Jackson's quiet right now, but there are some stronger storms out towards Vicksburg to keep your eye on if you're in the Jackson area. Yeah, those were tricky because those were QLCS. They weren't these well-established mesocyclones. So as one kind of faded off, the other one really picked up, and those can ramp up within 3 to 5 minutes and go from really nothing to a tornado on the ground. So, yeah, that was a big night. That event, that one day of tornadoes across kind of the southeast Mississippi and into Louisiana put the month of February above average. So just one tornado day in February. And yeah, that was a pretty big day. Luckily, we didn't get any significant tornadoes out of that. Most, I think, were EF0s and EF1s. But yeah, that was a pretty busy. That turned out to be busier than I think I even expected a little bit. Still seeing some broad rotation on this cell. This is that cell that was near Decatur earlier. It's actually approaching the Huntsville metro in Alabama. And this is another one I want to keep my eye on. Ooh, rotation has increased on that cell. That may be, it's probably increased some. It may also be that it is getting closer to the radar site, so we're just getting a little better look at it. But I think it has also increased in its rotation. It's still very broad, but I don't like seeing trends like that. Yeah, and that's the other problem is, especially wooded areas in the south, but also other places in the country. Those tree falls can be really dangerous for even weak tornadoes that take down big limbs and trees. A weak tornado with a lot of trees on your property can turn out to be a really bad day, just because of all the trees. As well as like those considerable threat, those really high-end severe thunderstorm warnings, 70, 80 plus mile an hour winds can also take down a lot of trees. And that has caused some fatalities over the last few years because people, I think, sometimes underestimate it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, so they don't take the shelter like they would for a tornado. That happened, I think, last summer in New York State, upstate New York. And it was late at night, so people were like sleeping on their second or third floor, and just trees just fell all over the house. And I've heard other situations like that are similar. The other thing that night, we were watching those ongoing tornadoes kind of up in this area of Mississippi. There were 3 little QLCS spins. They were pretty tight, but they weren't showing anything on correlation coefficient down here in the North Shore of Louisiana. They were tornado warned, but I was focusing on the actual tornadoes that were on the ground between Brookhaven and Monticello. And then I think one near Prentice, might have been like 3 or 4 in this kind of area here. These actually ended up, 2 of them, 2 out of the 3 down in Louisiana ended up being confirmed by the National Weather Service. They were really brief, but and they were both weak. They were EF0s, EF1s type of thing, but those did actually produce. This storm going up near Hammond is had some gusty winds with it, and that's going to impact this flooded area that I was looking at just a little bit ago. Looks like the Tangipahoa River is approaching flood stage. Minor flooding. Okay. So not horrible, but if you're along the river and you flooded before, you may want to just take your safety measures now. Let's see. While we have, yeah, I don't know. So far, this area has been fairly quiet for tornadoes. A lot of times we see like a second season over the winter months, the cool season. I think Mississippi actually statistically gets a fair amount of tornadoes in February. So it's been a little bit, I think, under the average in this part of the country. And then the last couple tornado events have been out here. Well, not quite that far in Texas, but like the Texas Panhandle and Oklahoma over the weekend, and typically that's more of a later spring event. Last year, the 2025 season was really, really bad in the mid-Mississippi Valley, northeast Arkansas, kind of the Memphis area, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, into southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. And it's a bit of a complicated forecast for the spring because we're in a neutral. We're shifting from La Nina to El Nino, and La Nina and El Nino both have distinct patterns. They're always different, but they do have some distinct patterns of where favorable tornado environments occur in those cycles. But in the neutral phase, you can sometimes get some things of both essentially in the neutral phase, and we're transitioning into the neutral phase, and that likely be in the neutral phase for the peak of severe weather season, which that may do some interesting things for the peak of tornado season. This cell for Grenada is, or now east of Grenada, is still being warned for quarter-size hail. One's moving a little faster east at 40. And this cell is still not doing much. The tornado warned cell earlier. Strongest part of that cell is south of Verona towards Nettleton. And then severe warned storm still showing some rotation, but mostly a wind threat towards Haleyville. This was the cell that was considerable threat warned just a little bit ago. I'm a little surprised this cell doesn't have at least a severe thunderstorm warning. Coming into the south sides of Huntsville. Again, it also is showing a little bit of rotation in here near the Redstone Arsenal, coming towards Fleming Hills. Not to sound like a know-it-all, but I've been hitting these out of the park the last few nights. If I've said there's a warning coming, it's usually within a minute or two where we've gotten one. So not trying to brag, but it is nice to get those confirmations sometimes. I'm surprised this one doesn't have a tornado possible tag. Let's see. It's just being warned for hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, although, yeah, that's a dangerous cell here. Northeastern Marshall, southwestern Jackson, and southern Madison counties, all in northern Alabama. That is... I like how they're extending this out pretty far through Scottsboro, through Hollywood, Guntersville Lake. So if there's anyone on the lake, you need to get off the lake for sure. And if you know anyone on the lake, I would give them a call. I mean, I hope they're off the lake. There's already some like scattered thunderstorms already over the lake, but this one is much stronger, and you can kind of see it. This is the one earlier we saw. It has a little bit of a banding feature on the reflectivity. This one also shows that it is a supercell. Even though it's in a messy environment with rain around it, there's a supercell hiding in here, and there is rotation. And that has trended up in the last couple minutes. Should go south of downtown Huntsville, but the southern suburbs of Huntsville, Lily Flag, Fox Run, Ridgewood, Owens Crossroads. Keep an eye on this one. Know where you're going to go. Know your tornado safe place, and make sure that's ready to go, just in case this thing ramps up a little bit further. That one is definitely one to watch. Ooh, that hailstorm down by Cat. Not quite by you guys, but 1.25 inches, $half size hail in Meadville a little bit ago. About an hour ago. Looks like that's a delayed report. They have, with that report though, they have extended that one. And I think I mentioned that too, that the hail looked like it was coming up in that core. That's going to be just north of Summit and towards the Bogachito area. And I do want to take a look. I think we have, that's this cell right here. So that's looking right towards the hail core from Macomb. Put that on the side here. For anyone unfamiliar with this area, the camera is right here on the Macomb exit, and we're looking straight up towards that core of the storm. The good news is the rotation has come down quite significantly. And yeah, so Jackson is going to warn the hail core, and it looks like the National Weather Service in New Orleans is going to keep the tornado possible tag. Actually, yeah, their radar looks a little bit better. The Jackson radar doesn't show much in the rotation. the New Orleans radar shows a little bit more. It's going to be just north and west of Summit. It's a pretty nasty cell too. Things can change minute by minute, but right now the two cells I'm worried about, or most concerning to me, is this cell here near Summit, Mississippi, and approaching East Lincoln, Ruth, and Sartonville, and then the other cell that's near the Huntsville area, just south of Huntsville. And they have increased the speed on this to up to 35 miles an hour. Let's take a new track. And I'll track out from the hail core. That's going to change quite a bit of the timing for this cell that it has picked up speed. East Lincoln, about 20 minutes. Ruth, 15. And then Sartonville, and I believe that area around Darbin would be about 37 to 45 minutes. And then if it does hold together, White Bluff, about 51 minutes. And I'm pretty certain that cell isn't going to make a hard left. So I think, Kat, you're probably okay right now. You're going to get some more storms, but that's more of a non-severe part of the storm. Tornado possible tag continues around Johnston Station, Summit, over towards Princedale and Sartonville. And let's go back up. 7 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Just kind of making sure we caught them all the main ones. A couple of those are overlapping warnings for the same cell. But essentially, that gives you a good picture of the current severe weather that's ongoing right now. This is running, the hardest part of the storm is running right down Martin Road on the southern sides of the Huntsville Metro. Yeah, that's a nasty embedded supercell. This one would also look like the cell that we saw in Mississippi earlier, with really a rain wrap circulation. So if a tornado does develop out of this, you wouldn't see it coming. It would be just fully rain wrapped. And let's see if we have a better look at this cell. Basically looking like that. Keep it on the we'll keep it on that cell out of the Macomb area. Still seeing pretty good wind in this cell near the Sipsey Wilderness and Bankhead National Forest, just north of Double Springs, Alabama. That could have a little bit of enhanced corridor damaging winds coming towards Addison and West Point. Yeah, that's a storm that's generally going towards the Coleman area, so keep an eye on that one. That's a little more populated area along 65. And let's go check our tornado possible tag of northern Mississippi. Still not doing too much. Yeah, it's mostly wind. Wind kind of surging through here, coming towards Amory, Hatley, and Smithville. Hail has come up again on this core. This is that storm that dropped some hail around Grenada, Mississippi. It's being warned again towards Woodland and Manatee. And then we're getting a tornado warning. Is it going to be for the southern storm or for the Huntsville storm? It's going to be for the southern storm. And Kat, you might want to give your husband a call. They are in the tornado warning technically. Darbin and Sartonville, this area is in the new tornado warning that's issued by the National Weather Service out of New Orleans. Yeah, this storm is reorganized quite a bit. That's what I was saying earlier. These do kind of organize fairly quickly. Nothing like, don't panic him. You know, don't make him panic. Don't freak him out. He's got some time. I just wanted to let you know. Let's see here. Let's see. New Orleans says it's moving at 25. Jackson says it's moving at 35. What I'll do is I'll take, sometimes I split the difference, but I'll probably take the higher speed just to give anyone more of a lead time in here. Johnson Station's about 4 minutes or less. And then Princedale, Topsaw, about 20 minutes. And then Sartonville, Darbin, about 40 to 45 minutes. And that's your tornado warning. It's a very skinny tornado warning. That's Walthall and Pike counties in southern Mississippi. And that goes until 6:45 Central Time. Yeah, no problem. That's the tornadic part. And then I do want to look at this hail core that's come up. This may have more of $half size hail kind of range. That'd be coming towards Wilkinson in about 3 minutes. Ruth and Verna in about 10 and 20 minutes. And then Sartonville about 33. And that's from the hail core. Let's see. Yeah, still seeing kind of broad rotation. We're a little bit further from the radar here, so it is a little bit harder to see down here. But generally, it's that area right around 55 and Johnson Station. Let's take a look. I want to see what we have here for video. Okay, there's the core of this. I'm going to blow this camera up. That way you guys can see it. Yeah, so if there is anything, it would be, boy, it'd be in this shot, basically. It's that's essentially the mesocyclone. You can kind of see the lowering ahead of you. It's not a wall cloud. It's just that's the broad mesocyclone. And it's so wet and humid. It's hard to see what's going on underneath that on the cameras. But it's, oh, I can zoom in. Let's see. Wow. That maybe zoomed in too much. Essentially over here, here's the right side of the mesocyclone. And somewhere over here is the left side. So this is all moving from left to right on our screen. And then way back underneath there, we can't really see it in the rain and the haze. But the other side of the mesocyclone is moving from right to left. So this is all rotating. Not super fast, it looks like, on at least what we're seeing, but the storm is interfering with the camera because usually these Mississippi cameras are pretty reliable. Yeah, yeah, if he's got alerts on his phone, those alerts, they'll get your attention. They are loud. And we just got a new hail report out of the cell. 1-inch hail in Lincoln County in Norfield. That is right by 55. It's certainly an impressive cell on radar and also on the camera here. And yeah, if there's a tornado, it's basically crossing 55 right now. But I cannot see it in this shot. We're might get a little bit of the RFD, but it would be tucked up in here near Johnson's Station. And this camera is here in the clear air, so we're looking kind of through a little bit of rain. And yeah, you can kind of see the wrapping rain curtains. There's some precip. There's a little bit of streakiness in here just under the MoDOT or MDOT traffic. These little streaks are wrapping rain curtains, making it really hard to see what's going on under there. Back to our Huntsville storm real quick, and still broad rotation. It's kind of maintained itself too near Lily Flag, Meadow Trace over towards Owens Crossroads, and again keep an eye on that one out towards Gunterville's Lake and Scottsboro in Alabama. And this storm still has some wind damage, I think, in here near the Bankhead Forest. We'll see if that gets rewarned. They have added a considerable threat for that. Oh, wow. What the? That is a hail core. I'm going to tuck this camera back in the... I'll blow it up just a little bit. Again, I don't think we're going to see much because we're on kind of the wrapping rain curtain side of that circulation, but look at the hail core that's come up on this cell south of Nettleton. A considerable threat for golf ball size hail. And yeah, that's a hail core. You can see this big streak is essentially like the hail shadow. The radar beam is coming out and just hitting this hail core and going nuts. So, and that's showing on correlation coefficient there too. So disregard the hail scatter, the hail spike behind it, but it's this area right here around Central Grove. Central Grove, Mississippi is just getting absolutely pounded with hail about right now. That could be like hail covering the roadway, kind of like looks like a snow pile type of event. Hey Gwen, how's it going? Hope all is well where you are. And if you missed it yet, I think Kat is okay. It's her husband that's in the warning polygon right now, but this storm isn't moving crazy fast. And it doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, but this, and then we're talking about a different storm at the moment, but this is a really nasty hail core. Golf ball size hail. Could even have golf ball plus. That could be higher than golf balls. That could be up in that lime size kind of range. And what happened to this? Why did it go nuts? It just went crazy here as it crossed south of Nettleton. Let's go back and take a look. A couple of these cells down in the Hammond area. Gusty winds. Also up towards Clinton. That cell's going up a little bit. Let's go back to our tornado warning storm. It's staying fairly broad. I see why they warned it. Yeah, it's still over, essentially over the Johnson Station area. I'm curious here. Let me look real quick. This is a little bit far from the radar. I want to just check. I have another radar product that tells me how far away from the radar it is. And I want to check that because I'm curious. They moved the radar from Slidell to Hammond a few years ago. And that may help this area have a little better radar coverage. So it's about 60 miles away from the radar. We're looking at about 3,500 feet up into the cloud. So it's a little harder to see what's going on at the ground level, but at least about 3,500 feet, we're seeing this broad rotation there indicating the mesocyclone. Welcome, first time, long time, huh? Our weather community, our chat is usually pretty good. Everybody behaves themselves. A lot of times, especially on bigger weather days, there's quite a bit of questions that are being asked on there. So it's a good chat too. It's a pretty friendly weather community we have on our channel. And I haven't seen a ton of drama like some other channels have. Still watching that broad rotation there again. It's a wind and hail threat right now. Mostly around Owens Crossroads, Scottsboro, south and east now of Huntsville. But more rain and storms around the Huntsville area. And that's just the severe warned cell is on the south side of town. Wow, that's a mess. This whole northern Alabama area is just not a fun drive on the commute home. Huntsville, Decatur, Hazel Green, over to Florence, down towards Coleman. That's just a batch of heavy rain, embedded wind, lightning all over. Yeah, there's still some gusty storms in there too. Yeah, I think we're all too old for the drama. If you're out ahead of this storm, you need to treat it similar to a tornado warning. Hatley, Amory, that is some nasty hail. And there's a decent amount of wind in here. It's not crazy high. It's picked up a little bit. But wind-driven large hail can do quite a bit of damage. That's why this is rated considerable threat for at least golf ball size hail. And then our other severe cell in Mississippi has quarters. That is south of Calhoun City, approaching Woodland and Manatee and Walthall. Otherwise, just a bunch of scattered storms. Jackson and points west of Jackson. Strong, but not severe at the moment. I'll continue to follow this cell because right now it is our only tornado warned storm in the country. Still has decent rotation. It's right in here, just east of Johnson Station. I'll blow this up and see if I can see anything. It's really kind of hard to see what's going on in that cell. Whoa, I zoomed in way too far. Sorry about that. Yeah. Just a little too far away now. Let me tuck that back into its little spot there. It's weakened some. But still in here, east of Johnson Station, basically at Mokes Creek Road and then River Road. Next up in the communities would be Ruth, Verna, and then towards Sartonville. Good news is this cell has, it could be cycling again, but the hail core has come down, and you can see the hook isn't really protruding from the storm. It may have weakened a little bit, and it's kind of occluded into the storm a little bit. Storms don't like that. They want to keep their updraft away from their downdrafts. This is rain cooled and hail cooled air up in here. And if the updraft gets contaminated by that rain cooled air, it's going to continue to weaken it. Yeah, well, that's how that goes, right? As soon as you think it's going to be nice outside. Although you're doing okay. There's some more storms, but these don't look particularly strong. A couple of them are a little feistier near Vicksburg and points north. And this one in eastern Louisiana, but the more concentrated severe weather seems to be up kind of in this corridor, and then basically south of 84. So keep an eye also if anyone's watching from the Hattiesburg area. I'm not saying this storm exactly, but generally this area, South Mississippi, could be a little bit more favorable. Zoom back in and take a look at it. It's still rotating in here. Birch Lane and Lazy Tree, just on the east sides of Johnson Station, south of Wilkinson, Mississippi. But yeah, that cell is decreasing in intensity, at least right now. Let's go back up to this big hailstorm. Considerable threat, golf ball size hail. The hail cores come down just a little bit, but this area just north of Amory, Colonial Acres, East Haven, it's going to be some beefy hail right in here. I'll be approaching Hatley next, and then Rock Springs. And also getting a pretty good picture. There is likely some wind-driven hail in here, 50, 60 miles an hour winds. It's definitely a severe thunderstorm. And that being so close to the radar, we're getting a really good profile of the winds in here. They're continuing the tornado warning. Continues another 42 minutes. Let me see if there's any new information in here. Goes until 6:45 Central Time, northwestern Walt Hall and northeastern Pike counties in Mississippi. And yeah, 7 miles northeast of Macomb, moving east at 25 to 30. The other warning has $half size hail and moving at 30 east of Macomb, or northeast of Macomb. Yeah, I'll keep it kind of in that 30 range. Here's winds going towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. So tucked up in here near Johnson Station, just east of there. And now for Macomb, it's probably about 8.5 miles away. It's going away from you guys in Macomb. Let's go check our Huntsville area. This Huntsville area is definitely interesting. Strong storms over Huntsville, and then severe warning storm near Owens Crossroads. Rotation is backed off that cell, so I'm happy to see that for now. But still strong storms, heavy wind, and some small hail. Pleasant Grove, Scottsboro, Guntersville Lake, Langston, and over towards Hollywood, Alabama. But that does not look fun right now in Alabama right now. There could also be some localized flash flooding, especially some of these hillier areas and valleys and things in northern Alabama. That's a lot of rain coming down in a pretty decent amount of time. And yeah, rightly so, they've upped this, or that actually they've downgraded it to ping pong ball size. Ping pong ball size hail coming across the Amory area. And it's headed right for the radar site, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, there's also some 60 mile an hour winds, basically between Amory and Hatley, approaching Hatley, and probably translating to the ground level whenever we see high winds correlated with the high precip. That precip helps funnel the higher winds to the ground. And actually being so close to the radar site, this is probably basically ground level anyway. Let's double check. Yeah, here we're about 400 feet off the ground looking at this storm. So this is probably reaching the ground, 50, 60 maybe a little over 60. They're going to also warn out in front Detroit, Alabama, Solagent, and Vernon in Alabama. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lamar County in west central Alabama for that storm that's over the Amory and Hatley areas. That's still the best shot of that storm. If it works a little more towards the east, we might be able to switch cameras and catch it on the east-facing camera. Good news is that is broadened actually quite a bit. It's broadened and weakened, and it's also, I think, slowed down again, but it's still basically just east of Johnson Station, around that area between Johnson Station and south of Wilkinson. Next up is Ruth and Verna and Brister's Store, as well as Sartonville. Depending on exactly where it is, he might be even out of the warning. Have they trimmed? They might have trimmed the warning up a little bit. I wouldn't take it exactly, but if I'm close to a warning, I'm usually going there. Yeah. It's lifted a little bit north. Let me see. Again, we're a little far from the radar site, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly where it is because we are so far away, but better look at it here. Yeah, the rotation is still well off, but yeah, I think they have trimmed the warning up just a little bit. That's what the update did. They trimmed off Pricedale, Topsaw, and technically they trimmed off Darbin. Although if I'm in any of those communities, I'm still watching where my safe place is and just ready to take action if I need to. Just, if your community is kind of touching the warning polygon, it's close enough to really pay attention. But in the warning polygon up here towards Enon and actually Sartonville, that area, get ready to take your tornado safety precautions. Although it has weakened. This storm is on the downtrend for now. The hail has also come down near Ruth. It's likely back down to about an inch in diameter hail. They've also dropped that severe warning for the storm around Huntsville. Let's check on that storm again. Yeah, it's kind of broadened too, and we're not seeing those brighter colors for the winds. Although we are going a bit of a different direction. Yeah, there's still some gusty winds in here, but mostly in the 30s and 40 kind of range. It's being warned for 30-mile-an-hour gusts and pea-size hail, which is probably accurate. The hail looks like it's come down in size as well for that cell right around Owens Crossroads. Still seeing ping pong ball size hail around Hatley and basically at the state line around Quincy, Greenwood Springs, Mississippi, into Solagent, Alabama, and then over towards Vernon, A new severe thunderstorm warning there covers that west central part of Alabama. This was the tornado warned storm earlier. Nothing, nothing showing up too much on radar. There is a little bit of, we're so close to the radar, it's hard to see, but there is a little bit of a notch right in here. Just kind of keep our eye on that. If it starts to kind of surge out on the bottom side of this notch, that can kind of localize rotation. Again, it's not imminently tornadic, but that's that little area that I'm kind of watching as it slides to the east-southeast. That may clip this area down here towards Vernon. So if you're in the Vernon, Alabama area, just keep an eye on this cell. And then I'd also be very cautious for the hail if I was in this area. I'm going to say the hail core was coming up on this cell, and it's also getting a severe thunderstorm warning down in Louisiana. Tornado possible tag and $half size hail. Right now it's very broad rotation. It's barely rotating, but it's a supercell with a mesocyclone, so I get it. Yeah, just be ready to take your precautions just in case. That's around the Clinton area, and then approaching Greensburg, eventually Tangipahoa and Kentwood on the Mississippi, Alabama state line, or Mississippi and Louisiana state line. And a couple gusty showers and storms over Hammond. Still radar indicated tornado warning that covers a very small area, but it's covering northwestern Walthall, northeastern Pike counties. We're at 6:15 in the central time. And hey, daylight savings. I like the later sunsets. That was already really nice last night. Check on something real quick. I haven't gotten a new velocity scan in a couple minutes, so I just want to kind of manually refresh and see if I can force a scan update. There it goes. Oh, that came down quite a bit on the last scan. That worked. I'm not seeing a lot of those greens and reds touching each other. It's more of the green, or not even greens, but more grays and reds. That means that this is diminishing some. Kat, I hope your husband's not like hiding out in the walk-in and just it's still pretty far away from that Darbin area. If I was out here towards Darbin and Sartonville, I would know where my safe place is. I'd probably be ready to go there. I might have like the pets ready to go. Make sure I'm not like running around chasing after pets and things to, to get them corralled. I probably wouldn't be in my safe, just to be honest with you, I wouldn't be in my safe place yet, since this storm is moving very slowly and it's still a decent distance away. But it would definitely be just aware of where I'm going to go. A little bit different if you're up here towards Ruth, especially just south of Ruth and south of Bristerville. There, I'm in my safe place. The area of rotation is pretty much on that location. And yeah, they're going to actually back this down. They're going to switch it over to a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag, which I would agree with. It's definitely backed off the last couple minutes. Shell Oil Road. Yeah. Did they just take that away? Maybe updating it right now. We'll see. Oh, I know what they did. Okay. The New Orleans, this county line is the border between the New Orleans office and Jackson. The cell has shrunk in size, and it's essentially the tornadic part of that storm kind of lifted away from that warning. But then, so they reissued it as a severe thunderstorm warning, but then they dropped it like within a minute after because this cell continues to shrink and lift a little bit. So there's not even a severe thunderstorm there. So a little bit of a, not miscommunication, but there's sometimes some weird warnings that happen right when there is a storm that's on the border between two warning offices. So they've dropped the warning on the New Orleans side of the storm because, yeah, most of that storm and the strongest part is in the Jackson side. Still severe warned storm. It's quarter size hail. The hail cores come down. The winds have come down. And the strongest part, I'm pretty confident, should stay south of Monticello, but over towards Carmick, Society Hill, Tilton, Oak Val, maybe up towards Robinwood. Yeah, it's kind of just maintaining itself. Still progressing fairly straight to the east. So let's get a new warning in here, or a new swath for locations. It's at 20. It's slowed down again. This has been an interesting cell. It's changed speed a couple times. It's definitely changed intensity. Robinwood about 22 minutes, Oak Val about 37, and Society Hill about 48 minutes. And I believe this area had a tornado a couple weeks back too. Ebenezer, Mississippi, about 63. That's if that cell holds together. Can we see it on our east camera yet? Kind of. Yeah, that's essentially the bottom side of that cell out east of Macomb now. That's at Mississippi 570 and I-55, that camera. They have quickly escalated this one now. Tornado possible, golf ball size hail, considerable threat. That is in Louisiana. Rotation is tightened a bit on this cell too. This is for Clinton and Darlington parishes. Nope. The towns of Clinton and Darlington. The parishes are St. Helena and East Feliciana parishes. Rotation is southeast of Clinton. It's broad, but the hail has come up near the Scout Reservation over towards Hatcherville, Coleman Town, and Darlington. And if it holds together down State Route 1042 towards Greensburg, Louisiana, that's in southeast Louisiana. And let's check this cell again, just to double check it. Still some gusty winds in here. Owens Crossroads up to Pleasant Groves, and then over towards Guntersville Lake. A couple embedded supercells in the big sloppy mess of rain and storms. And then now that this cell is getting east of the radar site, we can still see a pretty good look at it. It's not rotating, but still kind of watching this little notch feature in here. That's a little bit of an interesting feature that can sometimes localize an area of rotation, generally coming towards the Vernon area in Alabama. Down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's Monroe. Where's that? That's in Mississippi. Monroe County, Mississippi, and then Central Lamar County in Alabama, Marion County in Central Mississippi, South Central Mississippi, and then St. Helena and East Feliciana parishes in Louisiana. We'll go to the south storms again, since the northern area has come down some in the intensities. The storm in Louisiana is our only considerable threat severe thunderstorm right now. Considerable threat, tornado possible tag, that covers areas around Hatcherville. And let's get some tracks on this cell since it has come up. It's intensified rather quickly in the last few minutes since we've been covering these storms. 60 miles an hour, and that goes until 7 p.m. Central. And that's only moving at 20 miles an hour, too. Might be moving a little faster than 20, but that can be the tough thing when a storm just starts to kind of get going. This is not a super tornadic environment down here today. It wasn't expected to be. The most favorable tornadic environment was actually in northern Mississippi. There's a 5% tornado risk across areas like Greenwood, Tupelo, Columbus, over towards Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. But we've had the tornado warnings here in southern Mississippi. And then this is an interesting little feature. This one is trying to localize a little bit. There is rotation already, and it is trying to kind of establish a hook. But a couple of these other cells, these little sickle cell shapes, they're kind of little mini supercells. They just indicate that there's a sheared environment here, which is a little bit interesting. Even the cells over the radar in Hammond have a little bit of a shear environment to them. None of those are tornadic, but they just kind of indicate the overall shear in the environment. And yeah, this is trying to spin a little tighter now. Also seeing the hail core come up in this one, just over the Hatcherville area. Get a estimate on this one. Yeah, 25 is good. And once again, I took the leading edge from the edge of the heavier precip and hail. This will give you as much advanced warning as basically possible. If there is a tornado, it would be back behind the leading edge of this, back here in this kind of hook that's trying to establish. So that would give you even a couple more minutes. But essentially, Darlington, about 13. And then along State Route 1042 towards Greensburg, about 28 minutes. If it holds together, I-55 around Tangipahoa, about 50 minutes to the I-55 corridor. And it's basically just lifting east. So Greensburg and Tangipahoa and Roseland would be more of the area out east if it holds together. Oh, last scan radar scan just came in. Let's check this out again. Come on. They've upped it to lime-sized hail. It's really starting to establish that hook feature that we see of a mature supercell. The overall rotation is still kind of broad, but a lot of times we'll see that first. It kind of establishes that hook, and then the mesocyclone starts to spin a little bit tighter and faster. So we'll keep an eye on this one. So yeah, tornado possible, considerable threat for lime-sized hail, 2-inch hail. And that hail core you can see is right here near Hatchersville, sorry. And you can see that on the radar. This is all the hail showing up in the green colors here. That's going to ride right down State Route 1042 towards the Greensburg area. And let me see, I might have a camera that way. Oh, well, first, let's do this. Well, that's just a beautiful view of Mississippi. Some sun and clouds and rain and mist. With the sun getting a little bit later. Okay. So this is essentially at the Mississippi state line, generally looking towards that storm. So that's the camera looking this way. It gives us a pretty good environment picture, and then I can try and find a camera on the Louisiana side. If there is one up by Kentwood, that would be nice. I don't know if there is, actually. Strangely, no. A little bit of a camera hole, but we'll keep working with it. Some pretty good winds also showing up now in this storm. This is near east of Clinton. 40, 50 mile an hour winds at least in there. And yeah, waiting to see if this can rotate and kind of localize an area of rotation. Again, kind of near that Hatchersville area. They're going to say it's close enough. I probably agree with that. 7. The velocity scan is coming in a little bit slow for me too, so they may have a better velocity scan that shows it. I'm going to reload and force an update again. Yeah, it's a little bit tighter than I think it was just a minute ago. Yes, it is trying to localize right in this area here. South sides of Hatcherville. It's going to be about 3.5 miles south of Hatcherville, Louisiana, along Pace Road near the small community of Glede. And the hail core has also continued to come up in this cell. Yeah, that is a pretty nasty cell now. Oh, this is an interesting. Yeah, this is an interesting cell. Remember that little tiny cell that I said also looked like a little supercell feature? It shows rotation here. Not probably tornadic, but it just shows you that this is an environment that's favorable, at least locally, of tornadic development. I have to analyze things further, but something is kind of locally favorable for tornadoes in, say, this area, extreme south and southwest Mississippi, and then southeast Louisiana. So keep an eye on this later. Columbia, Hattiesburg, Tylertown, Magnolia, and then also over towards like Amite City, Franklinton, and then back into Mississippi around Poplarville. Considerable threat, lime-sized hail, tornado possible. And this is for St. Helena and East Feliciana parishes in southeast Louisiana. Moving east at 25. A little bit south of east. That would put it towards... in case it starts to pick up a little bit of speed as it intensifies. Amite City and Roseland, about 45 to 50 minutes to the I-55 corridor. And then if it heads, this is more just the circulation part. If it heads more towards Greensburg and pulls a little bit towards the left, Greensburg about a half hour. And yeah, this other cell also has a little bit of rotation in it too. It's kind of getting pulled into the larger supercell. So its life is probably limited here. But that is a dangerous little cell too. Yeah, it has some rotation on it too now, which it didn't a few minutes ago, but I could tell it was a supercell by just the little sickle cell shape that it had. Looking for any debris signature. It'd be in this area right there. And I'm not seeing any, at least yet. This is going to have to ingest another little cell that's gone up, so that may interrupt this area of rotation. We'll keep an eye on that one. I do want to check our other storm, and let me clear off some of the clutter for you. Still a quarter-size hail. The rotation has really backed off. This is south of Monticello, so Cat, you guys are good right now. It's actually shrinking in size. So it's really in the southern part of the county around Topeka, Brister's Store, following Divide Road over towards Tilton and Oakvow. Still pretty strong storm, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. That is the only tornado warning in the country at the moment. I will bounce up to our storm that was tornado warning a long time ago. Basically the reason why we came on the stream today. And then it was a larger hail producer around Amory. I wouldn't be surprised if we get more hail reports out of this area from south of Nettleton. Motors reports having to pull off the highway. Quarter-size hail. Yeah, there was at least heavy hail, if not some large hail. Fire department in Amory. That storm has reduced the hail core, but it's more of a wind threat at the moment. We can see this bowing feature on this. That's going to enhance that wind coming through Vernon, Alabama. It's now crossing the state line into Alabama. Keep an eye on that if you're in the Fayette, Alabama, and down towards Berry. The other storms in Mississippi are starting to quiet down a little bit. Some stronger storms south of Houston, north of Starkville. And then, yeah, that's our other severe warned storm, but it is shrinking in size, south and east of East Lincoln. Trying to localize right in here. And is just south of Hatchersville, Louisiana. All right, this one, this will be real interesting. This is another cell merger. We have our supercell and the hook out on the southeast or southwest flank of it. We have this cell that's it's going to get pulled into the supercell, but it is definitely going to disrupt the circulation. The other cell that got kind of pulled into the supercell got pulled into the forward flank, where it's not quite as disruptive. There's still an energy transfer, and there's still some disruption to the overall structure one way of cell mergers, but a lot of times I think when there's a forward flank merger, it doesn't disrupt. It's still far away and separated from the mesocyclone, so it sometimes doesn't disrupt things as a cell coming right into that inflow region of the mesocyclone. So that may disrupt it. Sometimes just briefly, and it also can sometimes enhance stuff right before the merger, so we have to watch here. This may try to produce in the next couple minutes near Gilead, and if it does, it'd be right in this area around Highway 960, Louisiana State Highway 960, just south of Hatchersville, about 2.5 miles. Rotation still staying good there in the Mississippi storm. For anyone watching from southeast Mississippi, if you're in that Summit, Macomb, Magnolia area, you're okay right now. It looks like the storms have kind of split the uprights. The tornado warning storm earlier went north of Macomb. This one, and now kind of a cluster of showers and storms around it, should go south of the Macomb area, essentially riding along the state line. Trying to localize right in here, just south of Hatchersville. And that's about 41 minutes to Roseland, 30 minutes from Kedron. And if it pulls a little bit more towards the north, about 20 minutes to Greensburg, Louisiana. Also, keep an eye on this if you're out here towards Jack, Louisiana, and also Pine Grove. They have slowed this down to 15 miles an hour. So that's going to slow things down quite a bit. That's also going to prolong the time that you're in this tornado warning. Yeah, still in here near Galede. Bokeneck Road. I think that's how you pronounce that. I don't see anything definitive on the correlation coefficient. Yeah, we're just getting a new update anyway. That cell merger may be starting to have an effect on here. We can see there's now not as many greens and reds touching each other. There's actually quite a bit more gray in here. So it is kind of broadened back out. And just got a new radar update. And yeah, it's more of a shear line right now. And on this new update, what's left of that hook is still kind of in here near Galede, but you can see how this other cell has really disrupted the inflow. So that was a destructive cell merger. We've seen recently, just the other day, we saw a couple constructive cell mergers. One tornado warning ongoing, that's in Louisiana, and then 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, central Lamar County in Alabama, Marion County in south central Mississippi, and then there's an overlapping severe thunderstorm warning that covers the non-tornadic parts of this cell from Hatchersville up towards Darlington, Louisiana, in East Feliciana Parish. Yes, still staying broad. Galede down to Bluff Creek, Grangeville, and then over towards Pine Grove and Greensburg. You guys are all up next. Also, Jack is in that warning polygon. We're kind of we're not gonna be like whipping the camera along with this. It's moving at about 15 miles an hour. So we're gonna be calling your town out a lot if you're in this warning polygon. I will say back here towards Blairstown and Reimer Crossing, you guys are good. Bluff Creek and Grangeville, I'd stay in your safe place a few more minutes. It looks like it's going to go north of you guys, but just better to be safe than sorry. Anywhere basically north of Bluff Creek along 960, Highway 960, and then certainly east of 960 in East Feliciana Parish. And I did see some new warnings coming across, not for severe weather, but blizzard warnings now in effect for the Olympic ranges for any of our friends out west. Up to 3 feet of snow and winds gusting as high as 45. There's an atmospheric river that's just going to be low pressure off the coast of the Pacific. It's just going to funnel a ton of moisture into the Pacific Northwest, and in the higher terrain, that's wind and snow, as well as blizzard warnings all down the Cascades. It looks like too. Another, looks like a couple inches of snow, 6 to 11 inches. Some of that depends on where you are in elevation. Up to 2 feet of snow in some spots, with 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts and low visibility. It's been warm in a lot of places out east. It's still winter in quite a bit of places, especially across the northern tier. There's a little bit of light snow and some light wintry mix that may occur in parts of Minneapolis and into the UP of Michigan the next day or so. And then some heavy snow looks like it's going to be possible in northern Maine by Wednesday. As the low pressure that tracks to the east works to the east, there's also going to be snow that works into the UP of Michigan by Wednesday too. And I do want to note, tomorrow, we were definitely planning a live stream tomorrow. That's why I was originally in the studio here this evening, working on some background stuff, and then tornado warnings started to pop off. So we have now a enhanced risk down into Texas, and then a enhanced risk from parts of the southern Great Lakes all the way down into the lower Missouri Valley, and then a large slight risk that covers everything basically from Lansing and Detroit all the way down to the Rio Grande. Tomorrow is another big severe weather day. Hatched areas of tornadoes, that's potential for some significant tornadoes. That's possible from essentially the I-94 corridor from Detroit, Ann Arbor. Unfortunately, areas in southern Michigan got hit really hard over the last couple days with the significant tornadoes in Union City. That area is under the gun again for a low chance of an overall tornado, but any of the few tornadoes that could happen in this hatched area could be significant tornadoes. That includes Toledo and Fort Wayne. And then where you see the brown and yellow colors that are also hatched, those are higher probabilities of tornadic development. And so the brown has a 5% tornado probability within 25 miles. So stand somewhere in that brown area, and there's 5% chance that somewhere around you within 25 miles there's a tornado. The yellow, it goes up to 10%. Depending on parameters, I saw some stuff earlier today where it looks pretty favorable across this northern and north central Illinois. Wouldn't be surprised if some of these parameters got even bumped up a little bit higher. And then these have been new parameters that have come up in the last day or so. They have increased tornado chances for parts of Texas up into the Red River Valley, and very similar to what we were talking about around the southern Great Lakes. Lower chances of tornadoes with the 2% and the 5%, but any of the few tornadoes that could occur could be on the beefier side. That's what the hatched means. And certainly the unhatched is nothing to ignore. Tornadoes can happen anywhere. The tornado warning right now is occurring in a non-hatched, but also a non-marked area. It's south of the 2% risk today. So we've had tornadoes can occur regardless of the risk. Hey, Max, thanks a lot. Do you think a tornado is possible in Woodstock, Georgia? Yeah, let's go check. Oh, 1 second, Max. We'll get to you in just a second. Let me broaden back out real quick. They've upped the wind threat. This is some significant wind that's possible down in Texas tomorrow. And then also pretty big hail day tomorrow. The hail cores are going to be big tomorrow. We're going to see some over 2-inch diameter hail, probably in this area where there's tornadoes possible. I would definitely keep my car safe if I'm in Peoria tomorrow. Springfield, Peoria, Bloomington, over towards Lafayette and South Bend, and then down towards Fort Worth, Abilene, San Angelo, and Del Rio. And this area is always favorable for big hail, like Del Rio, Eagle Pass. The other night down here towards Rio Grande City had 4-inch diameter hail on a random thunderstorm down here. So yeah, some big boy hail. All right, Max. Yeah, let's go check that out. We'll look at that here. And I'm ignoring the tornado warning, not really ignoring it, but it's right now kind of recycling. Yeah, still broad right now. That cell merger has been a bit of a destructive cell merger. The cell itself, you can see the cell is getting incorporated into the overall supercell, and it's trying to kind of reestablish that hook. So we'll see. This, I think, has a chance at reorganizing. But right now, still a radar indicated tornado, and I don't see any indications. I concur with the Weather Service. It's radar indicated. All right, let's pop around. Woodstock, Georgia. Okay, you guys are north of the Atlanta area. It's possible. Let me look at your parameters for tonight. Let's go back to tonight. You guys are right on the edge of the slight risk. So we're watching the storms that are off to the northwest for you. Right now, they don't look particularly healthy. We were watching that cell around Huntsville earlier with some rotation in it. They're a bit of a mess right now. And if they stay that way, that's going to reduce your tornado chances. The tornado risk for that area is about a 2% unhatched. So the Storm Prediction Center, if there is a tornado or two, it would be on the lower end is what their expectation is. Again, as we've seen, that random things can happen. So statistical outliers can still happen. The higher tornado threat today is in this area from Birmingham and Tuscaloosa back towards Tupelo, Batesville, Clarksdale, and then down towards Louisville and Macon, the Starkville area in Columbus or in Mississippi. But most of the storms are through this area. The exception would be Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, and this area here around Starkville and Columbus. If you're up here towards Oxford, Batesville, Tupelo, Pontotoc, you're in a little better spot for tonight. I'll go one further. Appreciate the super chat. That'll buy some coffee. And actually, I don't make a ton on the super chats, but what I do get, I will put back into the channel with graphics or storm chasers and things like that. So your stuff isn't just going to to random stuff. Let's see. Let's get some models and let me take a look and see how that what the models show for that Woodstock area. Thanks again, Kat. Yeah, have a good night. I think you're in a, oh, that cell has really shrunk in size. You're going to hear some rumbles of thunder, some more cells later out in western Mississippi, but none of those are severe right now. Severe thunderstorm watch, though, goes, oh, it expires in 10 minutes. We'll see what they do for that. No, they're going to continue it. What expires in 10 minutes? I don't know. It looks like they're continuing the severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. tonight. Yeah, maybe on the re-up. But you're in, I think, a little better spot there, Kat. All right, this is trying to tighten back up. We'll, yeah, see, it's cleared. It's going to try and clear out this little inflow channel in here, surge that RFD, and tighten things back up. So it does look like this is trying to re-strengthen. That cell merger was really destructive. It impacted the hail core, and it impacted the inflow of this storm. So give it a few more minutes and continue to watch this area. The good thing is it looks like it pushed this a little bit south. Greensburg, I still want you to stay in your safe place. if you're in the Greensburg, Louisiana area. But right now, this cell is tracking south of you along Highway 37, State Highway 37 between Greensburg and Grangeville. Let's go back to the models. And I'm kind of curious myself to see what we have here. Let me slide this over. And I want to make sure it's the newest run. Yes, it is. Kind of a mess still. It doesn't really localize this area down here very good, but it shows a couple stronger storms into south parts of Mississippi, south central Mississippi. I still think Hattiesburg area has to kind of pay attention. Maybe a couple random stronger storms still ongoing later this evening across east central Mississippi, especially along and east of I-55. And then this cluster here is one to watch. It wants to strengthen and organize the storms coming out of that area around Gadsden in Alabama. Let's go take a look, see what they're doing. So it's this cluster of storms that are not severe warned right now. But essentially from Scottsboro down to just east of the Coleman area. It kind of wants to take those and pull them down towards the Atlanta metro. As more of a wind threat, there could be an embedded circulation in there, but it looks like it wants to take them east as more of a wind threat. We can see at least this model is kind of initializing a bow feature in here. So that's indicating more of a wind threat. Some isolated pockets of larger hail. Now, this particular model takes it more away from that Woodstock area, which is over kind of on the north side of Atlanta, and puts it more into the southwest sides of Atlanta. But strong storms are definitely a potential there, 9, 10 o'clock, and then should start to weaken as they get through Atlanta. Except for that south side. Could have some stronger storms all the way to Macon by midnight. I forgot to ask Kat what she's cooking for dinner. Dinner sounds pretty nice right now. Yeah, let's see. Deatsville, Alabama. Okay, you guys are down by Montgomery. Nothing there yet. Severe thunderstorm watch goes until this another 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock north of you guys. Okay, yeah, you guys are already north of Montgomery, so a little closer. The next county up, Clanton, Thornsby, that area has a little bit higher of a risk for severe weather. And then looking a couple isolated storms potentially here this evening. This model doesn't do a great job at showing storms. If they do, it's going to be towards like 10, 11 o'clock kind of hour. This model wants to take the stronger storms into that Atlanta metro, especially the western and southern sides of the Atlanta metro. Let's see any model trends here. Let me just pull up the newest model. And that one's not quite done running yet. So let me go back a model run. think it's going to be north of Hammond. We'll get back to that tornado warning here in just a second. So the model run before doesn't take a lot towards Montgomery. It does kind of continue it more east, that cluster out of Gadsden, towards the Atlanta metro. So Atlanta, I think, has a higher chance at severe weather than, say, the Montgomery area for the evening. Yeah, no problem, Zach. Definitely, we're getting into the time period here in the spring and into summer where severe weather is a potential, especially into late spring and summer, almost daily. So just make sure you have ways to get warnings. The models aren't doing a great job with these cluster storms right now, so it's kind of hard to say. The cluster storms that's over the Starkville area, the last couple model runs there didn't really have much in this area. So depending on how that kind of strengthens and holds together the next hour or two could depend on more of storms for that kind of central Alabama area. And yeah, these are trying to organize. They're not severe yet, but from Scottsboro down to Coleman, it's these storms that the Atlanta metro, that Woodstock, Marietta, and Atlanta metro has to watch out for later tonight. All right, back to let's see, back to the Hammonds area. Yeah, Hammond, you're good. The storm is north of you, and it's moving more easterly. So this is not a threat for the Hammond, Louisiana metro. It's going to be north of Hammond. I'd keep an eye on this if you're over in Roseland, Amite City, even Independence, although it's probably going to go north of Independence. We're kind of waiting on this reorganizing. It had a cell merger. It's looking really healthy there until that cell merger. Since then, the rotation has broadened. Notice the greens, they're not as bright as they were earlier, and the reds aren't as bright either. And we don't see them really touching each other. There's red and green, but you can see this kind of gray in between, more of a neutral phase. So there's winds going towards the radar and kind of broadly going away from the radar, but it's not localized right now. If I pull this back a few frames, if anyone new to the stream, see earlier before that cell merger, we see much brighter greens and reds, and they're a lot closer to touching each other, especially here south of Hatcherville. That's when it was, I think, really getting its act together, and then it got smashed by that other storm that's disrupted it. So let's, yeah, it's still looking a little disorganized. All right, Alpharetta, you guys are back up in that Atlanta area, I think, right? North sides. Yeah, way up here. Okay, do you know the Woodstock guy? There's the Alpharetta area. Same thing. Alpharetta, Woodstock, and really the whole Atlanta metro. If you're going to get severe weather, it's going to be out of the cluster of storms in northeast Alabama. They are organizing a little bit, just on the last couple scans of the reflectivity. They're trying to organize into a bit of a line segment, and that's what the models have coming through Atlanta. Around that 10, 11, midnight kind of time frame. So yeah, keep an eye on storms conservatively after about 9 o'clock, but I think especially towards that 10, 11, midnight kind of hour. Right now, those storms are not severe, but we'll see if they can organize into more of a line segment like that model shows. They may end up producing more of a bow echo, which does accentuate that wind. Watching those storms that came out of the Mississippi area that we were watching earlier, they're now severe warned again around Barry. Here's one of what I was just saying. Here's a bit of a bow echo. You can see this backward C shape in here. That indicates that the winds are surging out of this thunderstorm complex, and especially here with the brighter colors, those oranges approaching Barry at the kind of the crest of that curve. That's where we see the higher winds. And we can see those on both radars too. So those are going away from the radar in Alabama, and then they're coming towards the radar in green, towards that Birmingham radar. Not much of a hail threat, more of a wind threat. Northern Tuscaloosa and then southern Fayette County in west central Alabama. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some more hail reports in here. Let's see. Reports of trees down in Hatley and Monroe County. That's where we had the wind and hail. Power poles down near Pontotoc. That's where there was the tornado warning earlier. And then I'm surprised we haven't seen any more hail in here. That storm had a really beefy hail core for a while. But there was quarter-size hail falling in quite a wide area. Yeah, you can see the cell mergers here. The cell's moving north, kind of developed out in front of the supercell, and it kind of slammed into its area right at the inflow region. And it's struggling since then. Still a strong cell, still severe warned, but the hail cores come down on it. The rotation has dramatically decreased. See if it can kind of reform near Jack. Keeping our eye on that storm. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Hope everybody's having a good Monday evening. Oh, our friends out west are getting in the action here. There is a small chance of severe weather out in the desert southwest. There's a cutoff low. That's going to foster some severe weather further east later this week, but Tuesday and Wednesday. But cutoff low is funneling a bunch of moisture off the Pacific into an area here in the southwest, and kind of almost a monsoon type flow. There's just isolated to scattered showers. They're moving northbound across the Phoenix metro, across Tucson, and the southern deserts there in Arizona. Isolated large hail is the main threat, with some gusty winds. And yeah, this is a decent hailstorm here. Kearney, Kelvin, Riverside, up towards the White Canyon Wilderness. And this has a chance to get into maybe the far eastern suburbs. It's probably going to stay over the mountains east of Phoenix. But one to keep your eye on if you're out here towards Queen Creek, Santan Valley, maybe the Florence area. Oh, this is a new one. Fire warning. We're getting a little bit of everything here this evening. Fire warning for Gray County, Texas. And you can see the fire on the radar. This would be the fire here. Then this is all smoke that the radar is picking up as it's blown to the east. Yeah, that's a pretty beefy fire. Let me see how far away from the radar site we are, and I can get a better idea of how that smoke plume is. We're not too far from the Amarillo radar, so let's see. Yeah, that's a pretty beefy fire there. If there's a fire warning, and then that's about 60 miles or so from the Amarillo radar. So we're looking up about 4,000 feet and seeing a pretty healthy smoke plume out of this. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Again, dangerous wildfire located 5 miles east of La Forge, or about 14 miles south of Miami, moving rapidly northeast. So if you're northeast of LaFlores, Texas, up towards the Laketon area, State Highway 152, you guys are in the fire warning. So be prepared to evacuate and follow all safety instructions from those local officials. Also, if you're in that Laketon area, you're not going to want to drive south. South or even southeast. Looks like the better option would be State Highway 152 to the west, towards the Pampa area. But again, follow local official directions there. And then for that LaFlores area, it would be the opposite. Well, I guess not opposite, but you guys don't want to drive to the east. Driving to the east or north would put you more into that fire risk. Yeah, that is a nasty fire. Okay, let's go back to our tornado warnings. A bunch of strong thunderstorms right now in Alabama. Again, some of these are marginally severe. They're close to being severe warned. 50-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail. We may be losing a little bit of that tornadic threat across Alabama, but let's take a look here real quick. A couple areas of rotation still in here. This may be developing in more of a QLCS type look here. There's a little bit of rotation there near Fife. Yeah. Fife. Okay. Small community there south of Rainsville, Alabama. And then another one looks like right in here near Boaz. Just keep an eye on those areas of not tornadic rotation, but we can see in the line segment. The line segment has a couple little kinks in this line. And that's where the line segment gets a little bit of inflow as the outflow surges out on the southern flank of those. And then there's a little bit of return on the inflow. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some severe warnings out of some of those cells in northeast Alabama, as those do seem to be organizing a little bit. And then strong storms also near Mount Olive, Kimberly, Warrior, and Morris, north sides of Birmingham. And then also that strong cell near Barry, with some really gusty winds showing up south of Barry. This one is also one to watch. It has a little bit of an inflow channel here, and then it's surging on the southern flank of that. So just keep an eye on that cell too. South of Barry, over towards the Mulberry Fork management area. A little bit of a less populated area here in extreme northern Tuscaloosa County. And then I do want to check on this cell too. This cell looked like a little bit of a supercell. It is a little bit of a supercell here at north of Starkville in Mississippi. We'll keep an eye on that area of rotation. Moving to the southeast, it may skip the Starkville area with the strongest area of that storm. But let's see if it's to the southeast. Let me cover it just in case. It may split the uprights between Starkville and Columbus. But if it heads more towards the east, it's about 55 minutes from the Columbus area. If it does take more of a dive towards the south, Artesia, Mississippi, about 37 minutes. That one might get a severe warning soon. All right, and then back into Louisiana. Still radar indicated tornado warning, another 5 minutes. And this cell is moving at maybe 15 miles an hour. Still showing some broad rotation in here. South of Greensburg along Highway 37. And also west of Hillsdale, Louisiana. North of Jack. Not quite as punchy as it was earlier. Stark development should be fine. Let me look. I think that's kind of the back edge of storms right now. The models, though, did have some more storms later, likely a little less severe. Yeah, the models had another round of storms coming in at like 10 or 11 at night for that area around Starkville, Tupelo. We'll see. It kind of depends on how much this atmosphere is actually worked over. I guess the models are picking up on some of this development back in here, kind of swinging through the Starkville area. But as far as severe weather, let's take a look at, this is your strongest storm in this area right now. And right now it's tracking south and east. If you're on the northwest or northern sides, but also northeast sides of Starkville, pay attention to this storm. A little bit of contamination on the latest radar scan, but still showing some rotation. Hey Tabs, how's it going? Yeah, we talked about it a couple times. Tomorrow I was planning the live stream. Today I was just in the studio getting some work done, and a couple tornado warnings popped off. There's the slight risk though, it goes through the Atlanta area. But tomorrow, yeah, looks real interesting. Very broad area, slight risk. And then it's going to be likely a bimodal setup here with storms along the warm front. Actually, let me draw this out a little better. It's going to be a warm front that kind of lifts along here. Low pressure is going to strengthen and basically ride up kind of through the plains like this. And then you'll have a trailing cold front. Where that low kind of interacts, there's going to be a little bit extra atmospheric shear. And then really, really strong, the models have been picking up on it for a couple days now, really strong advection of warm and moist air, a strong low-level jet, a lot of instability, and that should fire storms tomorrow across this area, basically from the I-70 corridor up to about I-80. And the bigger changes recently, and I haven't done a deep dive yet, which I probably need to do later today, is they've been pretty consistent on this area for severe weather. The models and the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center data has really come up on some of the prospects for southern Texas and really like the Red River South. Hatched risk for tornadoes tomorrow across Texas and the Red River, and then a hatched area for potentially a couple significant tornadoes, again, from about I-70 up to the I-80 and I-94 corridor in the southern Great Lakes. And then wind. The wind, they've also increased quite a bit across Texas, with wind potentially, if you have some tornadic supercells, you're going to have an all hazards threat. The hail is also a big threat for tomorrow. I think we're going to see some probably 2.5, 3 inch diameter hail. Yeah, you're going to be in that hatched area for wind or for hail and the tornadoes. And WxCast Live, I put it out this earlier this morning. I took a HRRR sounding from the Bloomington area. It was a pretty juicy sounding, which the model takes the data and interprets it. So basically looking at all the different parameters for severe weather, and it shows pretty high juicy cape. It shows wind shear turning with height. There's going to be that warm front along here, so there's going to be some turning with height. The wind comes in, it looks like some of the models are saying from the southeast, and then at height comes out of the southwest. So you can kind of already see what the problem is there with wind shear with height. And then there's also speed shear. So there's a pretty good low level jet, but then there's also a really strong mid and upper level jet. So you're going to have different speeds and different directional shear. That's really going to help these storms mature and also rotate. You need that for the large hail too, because if I draw it out here, we'll check this tornado warning storm in a second here. But if you have our supercell, and one of the indicators of shear is you see this overshooting top that shoots out this way. But if your updraft is up here, so this is our rotating updraft of the supercell, your downdraft on the forward flank and the hail core is all rain cooled air. So the downdraft and the updraft have to be separate for a real mature organized supercell. That way this is taking that warm moist air up and then converting it eventually once it gets up in the storm. But the shear tilts the updraft. So if your updraft isn't tilted, then your hail and your rain are just going to fall in the same spot. By tilting that updraft, It makes sure that your downdraft and your hail core fall away from where your updraft region is. And that's what really helps organize the supercells. Hey, good news here. They've dropped that tornado warning. Yeah, that's going to be that low level advection of the warm, moist air kicking in. Still some rotation in here. It's very broad right now. Keep an eye on this. No tornado warning. Nothing imminently tornadic. But if you're in this area, generally southeast to Greensburg in Louisiana, along and south of Tangipahoa towards Amite City and Roseland, just keep an eye, if you get a new tornado warning, if it gets stronger again, this is well north of Hammond. So Hammond, I know we had a question about that earlier. Hammond, you guys look like you're in good shape right now. Yeah, we can check that too. Let me look here. Clear view of this. Oh, there's also, should note for other people too, there is a slight risk that covers the Great Lakes, southern Great Lakes, all the way down to the Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley on Wednesday too. We're going to be, I was planning on being live tomorrow anyway, but we're very likely going to be live tomorrow unless this whole forecast is just an absolute bust, which it doesn't look like it is. If anything, the forecast has come up in certainty. So we'll be live tomorrow and then likely live also on Wednesday. Today was a day I was expecting to not be live, but I'm happy to do it. Especially with our chat. Our chat is awesome tonight. You guys are asking some really good questions. Couple things. Let me double check this, make sure it's not glitching out, but it looks like they've canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for Mississippi. But I do want to double check that. Yes, it looks like they've dropped that severe thunderstorm watch for Mississippi, also like Arkansas and whatever other counties it's been in. This is still the active severe thunderstorm watch. It covers parts of north central Alabama and also extreme western parts of Georgia. That is for low chance of a tornado, but there is a chance of a couple tornadoes. But a higher chance, moderate chances of 60 plus mile an hour winds, low chances of 75 mile an hour winds or higher, and then moderate chances of 1 and 2 inch plus diameter hail. So it's mostly a hail wind threat. Couple spin ups are possible. Again, extremely west Georgia and northern and north central Alabama. They're about to cut a bunch of the northern counties that this line segment has already swept through. So your severe chances are going to diminish here. Florence, Russellville, Huntsville, and Scottsboro. You're going to be in the northern rain-cooled air to the north. Well, that does look more like what the models were saying. That is a bit of a beefier line segment. That likely will work down towards the Atlanta area. It's definitely going to work through Birmingham and then over towards Anniston and especially, I think, western Georgia, Carlton, LaGrange. Better chances of severe weather. I think west, basically along and west of I-75 in northern Georgia. Oh yeah, windy, right? Windy in Indiana. Let's take a look and check out the atmosphere ahead of the system tomorrow. Definitely warming up. Winds out of the south. It's already in the 60s. This is going to continue pumping warm air. Gusting, looks like winds at 13 around Logansport. Just got a new tornado warning. Let's go back to this. Cut that short. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to sound rude. We'll check winds and temperature. We'll check it again here in a little bit and see if that changes. This is that area of rotation that we saw, I think, earlier near Barry. Yeah, this is that storm south of Barry now, in northern Tuscaloosa County. We're getting a better picture of this. It's closer to that radar site and getting some at least probably 60 to 70, even possibly 70 plus mile an hour winds in this cell. It's what I was saying earlier, how this is surging out. These are winds going towards the radar in this blue and green color. And then winds going away from the radar are in those reds. And where those kind of are surging out, there's a bit of a couplet trying to form in here near Willie or Wiley. And then over towards Little Shoal, Mulberry State Forest. A fairly low populated part of the Tuscaloosa County. If anyone has kids at Tuscaloosa, this is well north of them. This is like, can't even fit it in the screen there. It's so far north. It is like 26 miles north of Tuscaloosa. Seven miles south of Bowley Springs. Okay. Yeah, so it's right in this area here. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient. This looks at meteorological targets versus non-meteorological targets, and I don't see anything conclusive there that shows it's on the ground. But it does seem to be organizing, and whether there's a tornado or not, this is really strong damaging winds just north of Wyndham Springs, Alabama, coming towards Providence, Bull City, Little Shoal. Let's see if we can get some other populated areas in here. I just saw lightning on our camera out of Mississippi. That's looking towards those, well, it was a tornado warning storm in Louisiana. That's at the state line at Louisiana and Mississippi. Moving at 40. Okay. Yeah, not too many communities in this part of Tuscaloosa County, but Three Forks about 5 to 7 minutes, Driftwood 18, Little Shoal about 18 minutes, and then if it holds together, a little more populated areas around Rock Creek about 37 minutes. It is going a little more southeast than true east. And yeah, we can see where it's trying to form a little inflow region. There's this little kind of notch that sticks out right here. And that also matches with the velocity. And it's moving. Actually, you know what? I may have to... Yeah, I have to redraw that. Our other storms weren't going as fast, so I think I had it on the wrong setting. Yeah, let's bump this up speed-wise to about 45 miles an hour. That's going to be 27 minutes to Rock Creek, and then about 7 minutes to Three Forks, and 14 minutes to Little Shoal. If it also holds together, about 40 minutes down to the Bessemer area. This is on the southwest side of the Birmingham Metro. Also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for half-dollar size hail out of the cell to the south there of Vicksburg. Ooh, I don't know what that did. A little bit of a supercell there that's also formed. With a hail core there just south of Warrenton, Mississippi. Coming towards Utica, Raymond. That is for Warren, Claiborne, and Hinds counties in southwest Mississippi. We got 30 miles an hour around Port Gibson. And this one I'm going to track out from kind of the leading edge of the hail core. Slow that down just a little bit. And that'd be in the Learned area in about 30 minutes. About 20 to Utica. And zooming in a little bit further, Rocky Springs about 7 minutes. Cayuga 17 and Hubbard 21. A bit of a dangerous storm. We'll keep an eye on that one for the Jackson Metro too. That's generally headed towards the Jackson Metro, especially the southwest sides. This former tornadic warned storm is still rotating, keeping an eye on that one near Greensburg, Louisiana. Oh, and we had some questions earlier for Starkville. This was a storm that also is showing some rotation. It's near West Point, Mississippi. It is well north of Starkville right now. Keep an eye on it for Columbus, Mississippi, but it looks like it's probably going to split the uprights. Also towards Artesia and West Point, certainly. That's a pretty nasty storm. And there's still a couple areas of interesting slight rotation in this line of storms that's trying to develop. One around Fort Payne. That was the area that was over by Fife earlier. And then the other one that was near Boaz is down north of Gadsden. Keeping an eye on both of those. These are strong storms. They're just ever so slightly not severe. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more severe warnings out of those cells. And they are going to extend a severe warning across the Birmingham Metro for that cell that's coming towards you guys in general with some damaging wind. The tornadic circulation, if there is a tornado in here, is just south of Three Forks. I'll say that 3 times. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient. So even though the severe thunderstorm has, the watch has expired across Mississippi, there still is a chance of some isolated severe storms, at least through the evening, especially, I think, from that area around Starkville south, eventually. Is that US 82? Pretty sure that's US 82. Yes, US 82 south of Starkville. Especially once those cells push through, but it's kind of on this line here. Kind of south central and central Mississippi, I think, could have some stronger storms through the evening, at least in this area. They've dropped the tornado warning, but they've added the considerable threat tag. That's what we saw just a few minutes ago. There's probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in here. And that's backed off just a little bit. Yeah, there still is 70 mile an hour winds, I think, showing up in here. We also have a new damage report. Ooh. Broadcast media reported an 18-wheeler was flipped on Highway 13 near the Tuscaloosa County state line. That's south of Barry. Yeah, here's 13 right here, and that damage report. Let's go back and take a look and see what kind of winds there was in the storm. That was when it was starting to show those 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And there's when it got tornado word, and you can see how it tightened up. A little bit more reds and greens right in there. East, southeast of Barry. Pretty tight right here. But that has definitely broadened back out. A lot broader than it was. Still a strong and dangerous storm coming towards those southwestern suburbs of Birmingham. And I can't forget about our friends out in Arizona, because there are a couple of severe thunderstorms there now. Back out to Gila County, Arizona. Okay, this is that storm that's over by Superior. Quarter-size hail. And a couple isolated severe storms are possible in south, especially south and southwest Arizona tonight. Hankinson over towards Rocky Spring, Mississippi, Reaganton, and then following the parkway here up towards Morning Star. That's the severe warning west of the Jackson Metro. Potentially some half-dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It had a little area of rotation. That seems to have weakened in the past couple scans there, so that is good to see. That was for Warren, Claiborne, and Hinds County, Mississippi, in southwest Mississippi. Mostly wind and lightning for our Starkville storm. Let's go take a look at that again. Just as I was going to take a look at that storm, it is getting a severe warning now. That is some timing. All right, there's a look at West Point. This camera is right here in basically this is in the meat of the storm pretty much. Showing some wind there. See if we can. Can't really see too much wind in that picture, but that's along US 45 at West Point. Really heavily traveled highway there. There is broad rotation. It's really broad though right now. And then that is coming down towards Columbus. Half-dollar size hail potentially in Oktibbeha, Clay, and Lowndes counties in Mississippi. Stick around long enough on the streams and I will get your town name or your county name and just absolutely butcher the name of it. All right, let's look at this again. This is for Walker and Jefferson counties in central Alabama. Moving southeast at 45. Still a pretty good field of wind showing up in this cell. So I want to take this out and get some timing for a higher populated area. So you can see it kind of drew it out from the edge of the leading edge of the wind. If that holds together, Birmingham about 38 minutes, and then Rock Creek 16, Hueytown 23, Bessemer 28, McCalla 26, and then to the southwest suburbs around Pelham 42, and Meadowbrook 47. That's at the current speed there, 45 miles an hour. And yeah, that's a not as much of a tornado threat right now, but that is a Boeing feature, and that Bow Echo is probably going to make it across at least the southern sides of the Birmingham metro. As we aren't seeing any more warnings in that line segment. Yeah, I guess when you look at it is kind of just below severe limits, the rest of the line from Fort Payne, Collinsville, down to Gadsden, and then back over towards Asheville. So keep an eye on this if you're out towards the Jacksonville area in Alabama, Center, Cedar Bluff, Jacksonville, Piedmont. And they are going to nudge that severe thunderstorm watch. We were talking to a few people on the stream. I don't know if you guys are still on. The watch kind of was west of I-75. They have pushed that watch, added a few of these counties around the Atlanta metro, just in case those storms get in. And it's what we were saying earlier. There's a scattered large hail, scattered damaging winds up to 70, and a tornado or two. It's mostly with that cluster of storms that's going to sweep through from Mississippi and Alabama into northwest Georgia. Not much new on there. Complex storm mode, mix of clusters and embedded supercells. We've seen that kind of since this stream got going this afternoon. That's made it a little bit tricky because the Boeing segments have more of a hail threat or more of a wind threat, and then the embedded supercells have some isolated tornadic threat, but then the larger hail. So they've added a considerable threat tag on the southern end of this storm. It's riding right along the county line between, this is going to be for east central Tuscaloosa County, and then the other county is Jefferson and Walker counties. It's basically riding along the Tuscaloosa County line. That's where the strongest winds are. That's probably going to get towards the McCalla area. And this is also the part of the storm that had a little bit of the rotation than there was the tornado warned area just a little bit ago. So keeping an eye on that one in case it tightens back up. And yeah, we've kind of tracked out the whole storm, but I do want to kind of take a look, tracking specifically this area of higher wind. And that puts it into McCalla in about 23 minutes. Scott Crest 30 and Sumner about 14. Still seeing that strong storm coming towards the Columbus area. Mostly a wind threat for now, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, and then it was Cass County. Let me see where that was. We had a question about it earlier in the chat. Okay. That is the county with Logansport. Yeah, that's where you're saying earlier. I think you had like 15. Winds at 13 right now and 61 degrees at Logansport. Wouldn't be surprised if the wind is picking. It'll pick up as that warm air moves through, especially before those storms tomorrow. And then let's look at day 2. Yes, Logansport, you guys are in, as well as all of Northwest Indiana tomorrow in these enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5. And I believe that puts you then into the hatched, very close to the hatched 10% tornado risk. So definitely a tornado risk tomorrow in northwest parts of Indiana, including Logansport. Couple strong tornadoes are possible there. Wind risk, decent wind risk, but then also hail. Ooh, there's going to be some smashed up windshields tomorrow. This is a wide and large area of now significant hail potential, all the way from Kalamazoo, Michigan, back through Wichita, and especially from just west of Fort Wayne and along the I-80 corridor, South Bend, especially I think the southern western Chicago suburbs, across Bloomington, Springfield, Peoria, the Quad Cities, and then yeah, Lafayette, Logansport, and northwest Indiana. That's some big hail. And then also there's potential big hail for like the Dallas-Fort Worth area, all the way down through basically I-35 and west, Austin, San Antonio, Waco, all those areas, and then especially out west in Texas. I think other than tornadoes possible tomorrow, this hail is probably going to be one of the bigger stories tomorrow. If the right hailstorm goes through the right kind of populated area, you can get some very quickly, some really multi-million-dollar storm damage very, very quickly. That storm has come down a little bit, still $half size hail near Utica and Learned, west of Jackson. And I'm going to take off some of the detailed display. That way it simplifies it a little bit. Check that other storm that's was tornado warned earlier near Roseland. That one's behaving itself. Still a strong storm, but nothing severe there yet. And that's well north of Hammond, as we've talked about. That cluster storms in eastern parts of Alabama is now warned. That is a damaging wind threat. This is a really large warning. This is going to take a minute. Here's your counties here. Northern Calhoun County, Eastern Etowah County, Northeastern Cleburne County, and Cherokee County in Northeast Alabama. And that's most of those areas that we talked about just a little bit ago. That's Gadsden, over to Cedar Bluff, Center, Jacksonville, and Piedmont. There still are a couple little circulations in here to kind of keep our eye on, but it does appear to be more of a damaging wind threat. Those circulations haven't really tightened since we've been kind of keeping our eye on those. And they've increased the considerable threat across the Birmingham metro. Also, this is probably going to get tornado warned again. Right here, there is another big surge of wind, and you can see the inflow on the north side of that. You can also see it's kind of like a little thumb that sticks out. It's kind of a little embedded supercell in this cluster of storms, and it's tried to rotate a couple times. But right in there, that is near Ezra, Mud Creek. I'd get ready to get my tornado safe place if I was there. And especially now that we're getting close to the radar site, that's a low level look at things. And also a really low level look at the wind field. And seeing above 70 mile an hour winds. In fact, let me look and double check that for you. I can, on the other product that I use, I can see how far away from the radar site we are with the beam height, and that without doing a calculation for it. So that makes it nice. But that is looking up about 1,500 feet. So we're about 1,500 feet off the ground, which means some of that is going to translate towards the ground level. So easily 70, 75 mile an hour winds. And yeah, that's another kind of enhanced tornado risk, generally coming towards the McCalla area. McCalla, Bessemer, know where you're going to go for tornadic development that can spin up very quickly. I would guess if this holds another scan, maybe another scan or two, I would guess they'll probably put a new tornado warning in here that covers at least like this area here. Just kind of conservatively guessing that. Something like this, maybe. We'll wait on the next scan too, but that is a nasty part of the storm. Bull City over to Mud Creek and Ezra. You may have heard that little swish. That is that little swish is the new radar scan. So let's take a look, and we should get this in just a second. Yeah, still showing up right here near Mud Creek. Yes, this is the new scan. Ooh, pushing like 90 mile an hour winds. Again, not all that is reaching the ground, but it shows you that even if 60 to 70% of that is, it's going to be some damaging winds. Ezra, Mud Creek, Valley Creek, Bessemer, McCalla. If I was in those places I just mentioned, I would probably be going to my tornado safe place, just to kind of give you guys a heads up. You guys do you, but that is a really nasty wind field that could take down trees on my property, especially this area has a lot of pine trees, a lot of tall trees. Trees can do a lot of damage, and especially at 70-mile-an-hour plus. And then there is a tornado possible. There's a pretty good inflow channel right in here. Let me just look at it from a couple different perspectives and see if I have, yeah, there is rotation in here near Mud Creek and Ezra. And that has tightened back up. You can kind of see, watch, you'll see the brighter reds and greens start to come together on those latest couple scans. And that is center line for McCullough and Bessemer. I'm going to double check and make sure it's the same speed. They have upped it to 50 miles an hour. So let's get the latest timing for everybody. Populated area 2. McCullough about 10 minutes. Bessemer 10 to 15. Ezra now. And then if that does hold together, out towards Alabaster and Pelham, about 25 to 30 minutes. There's also strong storms, severe warn coming through the Birmingham metro, but the strongest part of that severe warning is currently southwest of Birmingham. Rock Creek, Concord, Hueytown, Bessemer, McCullough. And again, if I was in those places, I'd consider taking my tornado safety measures. That's the lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's your best option. If you don't have a basement or storm shelter, that's fine. Just go to your lowest level into your room and make sure you're away from windows. It's usually like a hall closet or a bathroom. If your bathroom has a bathtub, you can get in there and put some pillows and blankets over you to just protect yourself a little more. I would start doing that if I was in that location that I just kind of mentioned. That's out by Ezra and Mud Creek, coming towards Valley Creek, Lakeview Estates kind of area. We'll see on the next scan. Should be getting a radar. Yeah, there's the next radar scan. Mud Creek, that's going to be at least 70, 75-mile-an-hour winds showing up in here. Again, on radar, we're about 1,000 feet up and seeing 85-mile-an-hour winds. That can easily translate to the ground. Again, if you're in the Birmingham area, still severe thunderstorm warning. Downtown Birmingham, this is mostly going to be south and west of you. So severe thunderstorms, strong winds, some small hail coming towards Birmingham downtown, but I'm more focused on that southern suburbs. Just make sure none of these other storms are behaving like that too. Storm coming for Columbus, Mississippi has reduced in severity. And then the cells out to the east are strong, mostly damaging wind threat. There is a little bit of an area of rotation, kind of a bookend vortex trying to develop. You can see how it kind of bows out, and then there's a little bit of banding back into it. Sometimes that produces tornadoes. A lot of times it doesn't produce tornadoes itself. It just kind of creates a little low, essentially localized low pressure, and we get QLCS tornadoes that develop on the southern flank of that. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's a potential for one like right in there. Near north of Cedar Bluff and south of Ringgold, Alabama. Honestly, a little surprised this hasn't gotten a tornado warning, but it hasn't fully localized an area of rotation. It's definitely damaging winds. Yeah, and it's about 1,300 feet off the ground. Mud Creek right now is probably getting some really significant winds. Adger, Valley Creek, North Johns, and then Blue Creek and McCullough are up next for that damaging surge of wind. All right, there's the area right out of Columbus, Mississippi. Taking a look at this storm, $half size hail, and some pretty good winds in this storm too, headed for that Columbus, Mississippi area. This camera is pretty much in line for that surge of winds here too, so we should be able to sample that environment pretty quickly with that camera. Still hasn't fully tightened this area of rotation, but this damaging wind threat is, it could be potentially some tornadic-like damaging winds coming through the McCullough area, upwards of 70 miles an hour. And still a strong storm near Utica. It's come down a little bit, $half size hail there for Utica. We're doing okay. Before I get the radar back into this area, you can see the areas that they've added to that severe thunderstorm watch. Covers basically the entire Atlanta metro, except for the far eastern suburbs like Lawrenceville. But areas like Canton, Marietta, Woodstock, Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, Decatur, Stonecrest, Atlanta downtown, down through Forest Park, Riverdale, and near Stockbridge. That's all been added to this severe thunderstorm watch. As basically the expectation is this line of storms is going to work its way into the Atlanta metro. And 40 miles an hour. About an hour and 20 minutes into the Atlanta metro. And that's just taking it out of the 40 miles an hour that it's currently being warned for. It's about 9 o'clock in Atlanta. So yeah, that's about when I said earlier, right? That's in that 10, 11 kind of time frame. Yeah, I guess an hour and a half at 9 o'clock. That'd be about 10:30 into the Atlanta metro for that line of strong to severe thunderstorms. This is still producing some damaging winds in the McCullough area, and we're about to get a new radar scan. So we'll take a look at these. But the closer this gets to the radar, the more likely these damaging winds are reaching the ground level. So still seeing 78, 76, 80 mile an hour winds potentially in here. And yeah, the closer we go, the closer to ground truth this becomes. I have a feeling we'll see some pretty widespread damage reports from this little path in here. Yeah, we're about 1,000 feet off the ground. That's coming into areas like Valley Creek, Johns Road, and then the Alabama Adventure, the Medical West Hospital, Lakeview Estates. Zooming in a little further, Johns Road at Valley Creek. And then Powder Plant Road, as well as the Bessemer Quarry. Areas around McCullough here along the interstate are going to get slammed with it too. This just, I thought it was pretty tight there for a couple scans on the radar. It's broadened just enough that I think it's not being tornado warned, but it tried to really tighten up a tornadic circulation right in this area near Ezra. It was looking really healthy. We can kind of see that thumb sticking out. The wind was surging on the southern flank of that, and then it's kind of overtaken itself just a little bit. But this could easily wrap up and also produce a tornado. But still, if you're in this warning, I would still hunker like a tornado, especially with trees on the property. Seeing broad rotation still in that cell that's severe warn near Columbus. It's Kind of a weird little storm, but it does have some broad rotation still with it, as that's working into the Columbus area, and we're starting to get some pretty good lightning on this camera above me too. All right, Georgia's getting into the game. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas west of Rome. That's going to be for Floyd, Polk, and Chattooga counties in northwest Georgia. It's near Knighton's Crossroads, moving east at 35. 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that's primarily the threat. The good news is, yeah, when we start to get surges of wind like this, you may get some QLCS spin-ups, but the hail comes down. It's mostly a wind and hail threat. Or sorry, a wind and quick spin-up short fuse tornado threat as we get into the areas further to the east. And there's some pretty good lightning on that storm near Columbus. This is trying to localize again. It hasn't yet, but there's I missed it there. Still is an area of rotation to keep our eye on. Yeah, it's just south of Hueytown. It's actually advanced a little more easterly. Right in here near Virginia Drive and 15th Street Road. That is basically just the northwest sides of Bessemer. Keep your eye on that one. Mentioned it earlier. If I was in Bessemer and McCullough, I'd be in my safe place just in case for this storm. Ooh, it's actually turned a little more easterly. Yeah, it's turned a little bit more easterly too. So let's get some new areas in here too. And rightly so, they're adding a new severe thunderstorm warning, considerable threat for the south sides of Birmingham. But Bessemer, 2 minutes or less. Midfield, 6 minutes. Vestavia Hills, 13. Meadowbrook, 18. Sturrett, about 32. And Vincent, 36. If it gets a little bit further towards the east, I just want to make sure we include Birmingham, about 10 to 12 minutes. You're going to get some strong winds also before that in about 6 minutes. But the strongest part of the storm that I'm tracking is down in here. And that's going to be roughly about 13 minutes to Vestavia Hills, Homewood, about 3 to 5 minutes to Bessemer, and then, yeah, about 19 minutes to Meadowbrook. It's a really dangerous storm coming into the Birmingham metro. And yeah, the most localized area of rotation is this area just east of Lakeview Estates up to 26th Avenue, Bessemer Gardens, approaching 18th Avenue. Yeah, there's still, I'm a little surprised it's not being warned for a tornado warning coming into a populated area, but it's just maybe below tornadic limits, and it's going to be very quickly surging to the east, southeast. Yeah, let's take a look. Decula, let's see. You guys may get some storms right now. Currently, you're out of the severe thunderstorm watch that covers the Atlanta metro. But just to your west, especially, the higher chances of severe weather. It's mostly right now a damaging wind risk coming into northwest Georgia. I've been watching a couple areas of circulation. They have not really tightened up. And it's a bit of a radar hole up in that area, but yeah, it's mostly a damaging wind risk right now. A little bit of circulation near Piedmont to keep your eye on. I think we mapped it out earlier. It was roughly about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from like the downtown Atlanta metro. So if you're out here to the east, it's going to be a little bit of a later night threat, past about 10, 11, closer to midnight probably. Still seeing some circulation in here. This was that tornado warning storm earlier, and it's been more of a wind surge in the last little while. Not seeing anything on correlation coefficient that shows us non-meteorological targets getting picked up, but I'd be looking like right in that area. And I'm not seeing it. But this is very quickly surging across the Birmingham metro, especially the southern sides of the Birmingham metro, and it's turned more easterly just in the past couple minutes. They've just extended the severe thunderstorm watch across the Birmingham metro, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the Birmingham metro. And yeah, there still is a circulation in here near Bessemer, just to keep your eye on. Can be very quickly moving east of there. This is also, I think, picked up forward speed just based on every radar scan. It jumps ahead quite a bit. But areas around Lakeshore Parkway, Lipscomb, Hillman Gardens, Ware, Oxmoor, Vestavia Hills, basically following Lakeshore Drive towards Homewood, and then down towards Indian Springs Village, Meadowbrook, Chelsea, Pelham, and Alabaster may now get a little bit south of the worst of it. Still want to stay hunkered down in a sturdy structure, but earlier this was basically on a southeast path. It's turned a little bit more east-southeast, so it's put more of the Birmingham metro into some stronger winds. And again, I still think there's a little bit of a tornado threat right over the Bessemer area, and essentially following that Lakeview, Lakeshore Drive kind of area on the south side of Birmingham. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just if you're in that area east to I-75, especially in the Atlanta metro, it's going to be a late night threat. So make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings. That NOAA weather radio works really good. And also just make sure the alerts are turned on in your phone in the settings app. Depending on, every phone is a little different. Just pull up another YouTube panel and type in your phone and the weather alerts or the emergency alerts. If you put in like a search for weather alerts settings in your phone, you'll probably get a quick video that shows how to make sure those are turned on or not. Yeah, that is a nasty storm. You can kind of see how it tucks in here. And that's why it's actually being pulled a little more towards the east. It's looks like it's gotten kind of paired up with that surge of line of storms that's moving through eastern Alabama. So yeah, that's kind of latched onto that. Probably a little bit of an outflow boundary along there from some of this rain-cooled air. And yeah, it's moved a little more easterly. Still seeing this area of rotation around Lipscomb and down towards Lacey's Chapel. And that's going to ride along Lakeshore Drive. Also, look at the heavy rain. Maybe some hail mixed in on that camera at Columbus, Mississippi. Let's take a look at that again. Yeah, this is a considerable threat. Broad rotation, but not tornadic. But it's more of a wind and hail threat. And ooh, That is likely some golf ball size hail. Pretty close to this camera. Mississippi DOT has a good network of cameras. I'm going to pull this up, see if we can see some of the hail in here, and we may have just lost the camera feed. And the hail may have knocked our camera out. Let's see. Can I get it eastbound? Nope. Well, that about confirms our camera's in the worst of it. Okay, yeah, there's definitely hail coming down. You can kind of see those don't think are big raindrops, some of those. And you can see the rain curtains kind of blowing sideways across the camera sometimes. That is like at downtown Columbus too. That's a nasty storm. If you're south and east of Columbus, yeah, they're going to extend this out, golf ball size hail, to Reform, Alabama, Carlton, Macedonia, Ethelsville. I'd watch out down towards Gordo too. And they're going to tornado warn it too. Everybody's getting these. It does have circulation in it. I will say that. As I just mentioned, though, it's kind of broad, but southeastern Lowndes County, it's basically over Columbus, moving southeast at 25. And if I put this into motion, you'll see kind of that broad circulation with it, but yeah, it may have tightened up just a little bit right in here, just as we're kind of on the east side of Columbus. This is one of the interesting things. Again, we're at the state line divides the National Weather Service offices in this location. So the National Weather Service out of Jackson has warned this for a tornado warning. We'll see if Birmingham picks up. They may add their own tornado warning for this area around Carlton, potentially down to Reform that I just mentioned, and almost kind of replace their severe thunderstorm warning that they just added. They may wait a couple minutes to see what this does. It's not quite at the state line yet, but that storm has definitely intensified over the last couple minutes. And yeah, this is the area where there's probably 70 to 75 mile an hour winds. Already getting tree down reports out of Jefferson County in the Mud Creek area. That's where I also saw it was starting to localize an area of rotation. That has backed off a little bit since. There still is some in here near Lake Shore Parkway. Yeah, stay hunkered down if you're in the Birmingham metro. A quick short fuse tornado is definitely possible, but the problem with systems like this is you're going to get a wider swath of damaging wind than you would a tornado. And it can do very similar damage, especially with a lot of trees and hills in the Birmingham metro on the south sides of town. The wind field has backed off a little bit, but it's still a damaging severe thunderstorm capable of 70 mile an hour winds. Another hailstorm for this area near Oakland, Water Valley. Kind of a small cell that's popped up with some $half size hail. And I just want to check our friends down south. We did lose that severe thunderstorm warning west of Jackson, but that tornado warned storm earlier near Clinton, Louisiana and Greensburg is now back to being severe warned. Still has some broad rotation with it, but it's being warned for wind and hail right now. But keep an eye on that one towards Franklinton, Stony Point, Wilmer, Brickham, and Richardson in southeast Louisiana. That storm is held together for a little while. And then we do have those stronger storms for the folks in the Atlanta metro. Coming in areas like Rome, Cedartown, and new warnings here. They're going to warn this whole line, basically, from Anniston, Oxford, down towards Talladega, and across to Trussville, Forestdale, Birmingham, Irondale. Yeah, still seeing some rotation in here. Lakeshore Parkway and Shade Crest Road. But again, it's a bigger damaging wind threat than the tornado threat right now. Hey, Kat. So are the storms. The storms are back on, too. We had a tornado warning now for Columbus, Mississippi, and baseball-sized hail. I think we saw some hail on the camera just a few minutes ago. And then it's kind of got this broad, weird little area rotation, just kind of almost sitting here east of Columbus right now. Kat, what do you have for dinner tonight? Your storm fizzled down there in southern Mississippi. Let's see, where is that? Yeah, that original storm isn't even there anymore. A couple of showers and storms headed up towards that area, Brookhaven to Monticello to Prentice. Oh, I love lemon chicken. Yeah, that sounds real good. That's a good night. Listen to some thunder, non-severe storms rolling through southern Mississippi. Got some rain, got some thunder, probably some beneficial rain, and then a nice dinner. That's the way to go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you get that bitterness of the lemon. It's really good. It's one of my favorite dishes. The storm is trying to wrap up a little tighter. It's kind of a weird little storm. Really close to the radar. Yeah, it looks the same basically each way. Still kind of broad rotation in here, just east of Columbus. The BVS part of the storm, for those folks watching from the Atlanta area, is this storm over the Birmingham metro. And yeah, it has turned more easterly, which is interesting. It's really latched onto that boundary of storms that are severe warned out ahead of this. So it may ride a little bit more towards, what is that? Meadowbrook, Starrett, Vincent, and then out towards Howells Cove and Talladega. You guys might be back in line for this storm. It has weakened some since it's getting interfered with from those storms to the north, but it was really close to, I think, producing a tornado there briefly, back towards the Rock Creek and Ezra area. And yeah, already getting tree down reports. And still has some circulation in here. Shades Crest Road, coming towards the Hoover area. And probably just ahead of there, and since it's moving fast now. Oh, yeah. Do you know what offhand, like what kind of wind speed does it take? Or are they all different? Or what is there a general kind of wind speed that would knock out a traffic light? I know some of them are like, it probably varies because some of them hang with just like the wires, right? And then some are obviously like mounted on the poles. So they probably vary based on how they're mounted, right? Right now, the storms are severe, so you want to take them seriously as they come into Georgia, but they're not the high level severe where we're saying you got to shelter like a tornado. Right now, they're showing kind of 60 mile an hour winds. And good news right now, the hail is fairly minimal across this leading edge of storms. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. The mounted ones obviously probably have a lot more strength to them than the ones that are like kind of like dangling across the road with the wire hung ones, I guess. Considerable threat. They've extended out for reform. Golf ball size hail, 70 mile an hour winds. We'll see if the National Weather Service in Birmingham wants to warn this for a tornado once this kind of crosses the state line. It's really messy looking though, except that large hail. This is Eastwood Hills, Christopher Hills, Brookwood Estates, Cedar View, Prairie View Estates, all east sides of Columbus. You guys are getting rocking and rolling with baseball-sized hail potentially there, Columbus, Mississippi. And this storm still has a bit of a mesocyclone with it, but it is severe wind, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming towards Franklinton. It's an interesting storm. So they're warning more of this line from Rome down to about Cartersville, and then down to Dallas, Buchanan, and Mount Zion around the Carlton, Georgia areas. Yeah, they're staying with the 60-mile-an-hour winds and really minimal hail. A little bit of rotationing in there again towards that area between Cave Springs and Rome, but it has not tightened up. We've been watching that one for a while. All right, back to Birmingham. Good news is I'm not seeing that rotation as much in here. Still a wind-producing severe thunderstorm, but it has lost some of that punch as it's come across the Birmingham metro. Birmingham downtown, down towards Homewood, Meadowbrook. We've been calling your name for a while. Then back down towards Pelham and Alabaster. Still strong, severe thunderstorms, but not quite as, not kind of, you can ride it out, at least right now. It's not as strong as it was. Some of that is likely the prevailing flow across here. Generally, obviously, like the U.S. has generally kind of westerly flow. So that's part of it. Obviously, like this area gets a little messy because you get some flow off the Gulf too, but you get storms that develop over the Mississippi Valley, and they kind of just ride along that Tennessee River Valley in that prevailing flow. So that's why you get a lot of storms that we've covered a few that, you know, stick more towards the Gulf and kind of come up this way. But it has to do with, I think, generally, and simplifying it, it's kind of those broader upper level patterns. But yeah, you're right. You do get a lot of storms that start up here and kind of come out of that Huntsville area and then get into areas in North Georgia. The other thing you'll see, like from a really powerful system sometimes, is you get the low pressure. This is not this setup, but you get the low pressure, you get the trailing cold front, especially like early in spring. You'll get the warm front that kind of lifts across Georgia, and then you'll get, you know, supercells, especially like tornadic ones that would come up. A lot of times they'll come from the southwest, so they'll still kind of get into that northern Georgia area first before they kind of get into the Atlanta area, but they're coming from that slightly different direction. But clusters like this will ride more of that that overall jet stream pattern and that overall flow. Still seeing really strong winds in here. Let's see. At least 60. This is probably still bowing out pretty good, some 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, let me look at that. Losing a little. I don't see as much lightning as there was earlier. It's still pretty electrical, but the lightning might have come down just a little bit on that cluster of storms, which a lot of times indicates the intensity has come down just a little bit. And we also kind of see that here. This storm had a lot of lightning with it earlier. If I back it up a little bit, and it has also lost quite a bit of lightning. And that one is definitely on the weakening trend. All right, lime-sized hail, considerable threat for lime-sized hail. Yeah, the rotation isn't really done much, so it appears like Birmingham is just going to let this enter their warning area, and this will just leave the tornado warned area by the Jackson office. But there still is broad rotation in here, and also hail. At least baseball, well, at least lime size, potentially up to baseballs. That's Ethelville, Delma, Melrose, Reform, and then eventually, if it holds together, down towards Gordo, Alabama. And some good news, I like giving good news a lot of times too. A lot of times these streams, we're covering some very bad days for some people. The good news is they're going to cancel that severe thunderstorm watch for northern Alabama. So Hamilton, Russellville, Florence, Athens, Huntsville, Decatur, Coleman, Guntersville, Scottsboro, and Fort Payne. You guys will be a drop from that watch now that you're in the cool air, rain-cooled air behind the system. And yeah, I think we'll probably see from that storm in Birmingham, we'll see more of these damage reports fill in, but already getting a large tree down, taking out a fence in Hueytown. Tuscaloosa, oh yeah, Tuscaloosa, we saw that earlier. 18-wheeler was blown over. Trees down at Mud Creek Road. And a new one here. Trees and power lines down in Morris, Alabama. Yeah, there's going to be, I think, a core in here that saw from about Berry down to that Hueytown, Bessemer area. Somewhere in here, I think someone's seen probably some 75 to 80, maybe even plus mile-an-hour winds in this corridor. Luckily, some of this is like really rugged and not much populated, but once you kind of get into this area, there's more population there. That was a nasty storm coming through the Birmingham area. "35 miles an hour. Again, considerable threat for lime-sized hail. Tornado possible, but I think this is mostly a hail and wind threat as well right now. And I want to track this one out because this is also coming to a slightly more populated area, generally towards the Tuscaloosa area. And that would put it, if it stays together, Gordo about 34 minutes, Reform 21, and then Tuscaloosa about 70 minutes. Oh yeah, you guys have a special weather statement. It's probably marginally severe. Yeah, it's really close to being severe. Nickel-size hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds. It's just below severe limits. The hail core would be basically just north of Monticello. No tornadic threat. It's just wind and some hail. It's going to follow that 84. I think I asked that before, but I think that's 84 to Prentice. Yeah, and then over towards Collins. Silver Creek, Prentice. We'll keep an eye on that one. I don't think it's probably severe yet, but it's close. Your town likes our live streams. Yeah, that one's still just severe too. The lightning's come up a little bit on that near Franklinton. Let's cancel that. Pretty solid line of storms now. About 150 miles of severe thunderstorm warnings. And if I back this up, we have severe thunderstorm warnings from south of Alabaster all the way up to the areas around Rome, Georgia. So this is about 150 miles long, which means Atlanta, you're probably going to get some strong storms here in the next little bit. Yeah. I was just glad though the stream that you were on recently, that one was like one of the times I was legitimately worried because you had you were like just talking on the stream and I was talking about a tornado and then that new tornado formed really close to your town and I was like I think you were like I got to go. I got to take shelter and I was really worried because you had just been talking in the stream and stuff. That was a crazy night. As this gets closer to the Atlanta area, we'll have a little better look at this. Still seeing some gusty winds. It's really hard this far away from the radar site to see low level, sometimes gust nados, but sometimes these low level micro vortices that hang out on the edge of these kind of more organized convective systems. So right now, there's no tornado warnings, and there's not. There appears to be not a lot of tornadic momentum with this type of system right now, but we might get a better look at it as we get close to Atlanta. So I guess in short, just hang on there. We're just looking too far up in that storm. This one's still seeing some pretty strong winds around the Meadowbrook, approaching Chelsea, Brook Highlands, basically along Eastern Valley Road, Lake Purdy, areas on the southeast sides of the Birmingham Metro. And then still some strong storms back here near Bessemer and McCalla, but those are non-severe storms. Let's go back to this storm near Reform. Still seeing some pretty good winds out of this. Macedonia, Ethelville, and then down to Reform. Keep an eye on that for Gordo. Yeah, still seeing that hail core. It's riding basically along and north of US 84. I hardly have any power issues, but I had just a kind of like a regular thunderstorm recently, and the power just flickered a couple times, and it was a little bit weird because there wasn't a ton of wind or lightning. Surging out a little bit towards Rome, especially zoom in. I had to zoom in pretty far. There's not a ton of communities out here, but Reesburg down towards Aragon, I think that's how you say that, in Georgia. It's going to be potentially a little bit higher winds towards Taylorsville, Georgia. Keep an eye on that area. And then there's a little bit of a notch feature north of Buchanan. We're not seeing it at the low levels, so it's not like a tornadic feature that we can see right now, but as it gets closer to the Atlanta area, again, we may be able to see some of these little micro vortices along that leading edge of the convective system that's developed. And yeah, let me back out, put it into motion, and we can kind of see how these storms are traversing. This leading edge is making a decent push towards the south and east. This now is kind of working east-southeast. So we are getting some movement. There are also some kind of batches in here where there's not a lot of movement, so I'm worried about some flash flooding. And yeah, just as I say that, they issued a flash flood warning across the Birmingham Metro, Central Jefferson, St. Clair, and Shelby counties. That's a good idea, especially the urban areas don't drain as much with all the concrete, so flash flooding is definitely an issue, and there's a lot of hills and little valleys in this Birmingham area. Still seeing those strong winds surging towards Stirrat, Vincent, Harpersville, now on the southeast sides of Birmingham. Yeah, watching that surge of wind just south of Rome. That would be where the highest winds are. Again, in this kind of backward C-shape area. And generally towards like the Taylorsville, Rockmart. Maybe just south and west of Cartersville in Georgia. Yeah, check the latest model run and see what it's saying. It has a better sense of where some of these storms are rocking and rolling. Yeah, it still wants to take stuff basically through the Atlanta area, with some of the heaviest on the southwest sides of Atlanta. But someone was in here earlier from Montgomery. I don't know if you guys still are, but instead of taking this more like south towards Montgomery, the latest HRRR model does want to take this more east-southeast towards the LaGrange area, and a little bit not directly towards the Montgomery area. So that's nice to see for those guys. And then we've talked about it a couple times on the stream. If you've been on the stream most of the time, you've probably heard me talk about tomorrow quite a bit. I do want to pull up and look at the models for tomorrow. So let me zoom out. All right, so we have that enhanced risk kind of covering like that area there. And then the other enhanced risk was covering parts of like Texas. So let's keep an eye and see how these storms develop tomorrow. So this model particularly wants to break out storms tomorrow afternoon across Texas. You can see those developing first. And then starting kind of later afternoon into the evening, we may start to get some cells developing across that enhanced risk area. But it really wants to break out cells like after 5 o'clock. And then with more storms firing in that evening hour by Kansas City. Yeah, this, like, again, these are just models, so they don't take your exact location, but stuff like this kind of riding right along the warm front, but in the warm sector, especially if the low pressure is like right here, those could be tornado producers in north central Illinois. And then potentially some wind, hail, and an embedded tornado in some of those clusters and multi-cell clusters down in Texas. And then this model goes all the way up to about 1 o'clock on Wednesday. And basically by the afternoon on Wednesday, it kind of wants to reignite some of those storms on the leading edge of that. And then we might see some new storms develop across the Ohio Valley. So that's why there's a slight risk on Wednesday for those areas. But a lot of the Wednesday stuff may be dictated by what happens tomorrow. Yeah, especially like some of this is also going to depend on how far that warm front surges to the north. There's also a little kind of micro factors around the lake shore. The lake does not protect you from severe weather, but if the lake air mass kind of surges enough inland, it does impact storm development. So, yeah, we might see that too. But like according to these, they're more east movers. They may avoid some of the lake, and especially if these develop just a little bit, models can be off by quite a bit. But if this develops 20 to 50 miles south, along that I-74 corridor. That could be even a more enhanced environment that really avoids some of the cooler air right along the lake. And St. Louis may get some strong storms overnight, Tuesday into Wednesday, with potentially some big hailstorms developing tomorrow afternoon. Across parts of Texas, Del Rio up to San Angelo, over towards the Fort Worth area. All right, well, we'll take a look at that. New model data will come in, and as different runs occur. So that's just one model run, so don't take it 100%, but yeah, I believe Atlanta, we do have a lot of Atlanta people, I think, in here tonight, so let me check that for you. Right now, they haven't pushed it into the Atlanta metro yet, but this can also shift around depending especially on tomorrow and where convection occurs tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets kind of adjusted a little bit tomorrow. It might get shifted a little towards the east, and that would push it into the Atlanta metro more. Kind of a wait and see there. And then it finally cools down a little bit. We get a little bit of a break. They have trimmed some of that slight risk back for tonight. It's basically just in the areas that we have severe weather right now. So from about Meridian, Mississippi up to Columbus, Mississippi, and then over to the Atlanta metro and down towards Montgomery, LaGrange. Oh, and Cat Storm down in southeast or southern Mississippi is also severe now. Quarter-size hail. Let's take a look at this one. This was the one that's coming towards McGee and Collins near Silver Creek. Yeah, not a ton of wind showing, but it does have a hail core just north of Silver Creek coming New Hebron and Janesville, Mount Pleasant, Mount Olive. Yeah. You might be done. That might be the last of it. There's a couple showers, but they don't look like they're doing much. This storm's still going, but it's probably about to go below severe limits down there near Franklinton. This one might try to spin back up again near Reform. Gordo, keep an eye on this storm. Considerable threat. The hail has come down on it, but there's a wind threat in here surging out. Carlton, Alabama, Reform, Gordo. That's a nasty cell too in west central Georgia or west central Alabama. Still wind surging east of Birmingham. This is just a big mess out in here. Some of these storms look like they're losing a little punch. Let me look. Yeah, a few of these storms in this area, east central Alabama, look like they're losing a little bit of punch. This is still probably the most organized part of the line of storms from about Rome down to Buchanan and Tallapoosa, and then over towards Bremen, Mount Zion, Dallas, and Carterville in Georgia. Trees down in Cherokee County, Alabama. Trees and branches down. Yeah, a lot of tree damage reports coming in. And yeah, you can see here that's a good. I guess that's one good sign. Behind this cluster of storms, we're not seeing a ton of hail reports. We're seeing some of the hail reports out of some of these individual kind of embedded supercells, especially out towards Mississippi. But this main line segment does not have a lot of hail in it. Now that we're getting a little bit closer to Atlanta, I can see a little bit more structure on this. There is still that one area that we saw as a notch earlier near Buchanan. That's a little bit of an area that we kind of need to keep our eye on. between Buchanan and Rockmart. A little bit of rotation there. And we can see a little bit on the reflectivity too. It bows out just a little bit extra there. And there's a little bit of a dog leg where it comes in and then bows back out. Keep an eye on that one towards Yorkville, Villa Rica, Douglasville, those kind of areas. And then let me get a new reading on this for coming into the Atlanta metro. So still about 70 minutes to the Atlanta metro. Let me bump it up just a little bit. About an hour to the Atlanta metro, especially downtown Atlanta. A little closer towards Marietta, Kennesaw, about 35, 40 minutes. And then Dallas, 19. Villa Rica, about 20. Douglasville, 30. So what is it? It's closing in on... Is it already 9:45? It seems like we just started the stream. It's already 9:45 in the Eastern time zone. Let's see. I can get you a, let me get you a track there too. This is rough, especially going this far out, but, the tracking does a little better when I can narrow it in versus like make it so broad, but why did that not go? Okay. Okay, you're out by the Lawrenceville area. I'll just kind of redirect this a little bit that way. About 80 minutes, 70 to 80 minutes. And then closer in, 41 to Woodstock, 33 to Kennesaw, about 65 to Peachtree Corners and Johns Creek. And maybe a little bit. Yeah, still about 75, 80 minutes from the leading edge. They're going to warn that that line segment is still a damaging wind threat, but it's not what it was. This was that 75, 80 mile an hour wind threat earlier. But this is coming towards Hollins, Stewartville, Childersburg in Alabama. New severe thunderstorm warning for Talladega County. And then we have our considerable threat coming through Reform, Carlton. Still mostly a wind threat at the moment. The hail has come down on that one too. Keep an eye on this one for Tuscaloosa. That one's moving a little bit slower than some of our other storms. That one's still going at about 35. Brings it into Tuscaloosa at about 50 minutes or so. Gordo about 12 to 15. That storm seems to be losing its punch in southern Mississippi. Yeah, I think it's kind of given up for the day. And we can take a closer look at it too, just in case. Let's see. I think it's still going to get to that area up towards Collins. But it is looking less punchy now. It's near New Hebron, north of Prentice, and north of Silver Creek. Actually, it might miss Collins. Collins is a bigger community here along 49. Mount Olive is probably in the better path of the hail core, but it's definitely coming down. There's not as much lightning in that storm. And that severe warning storm that really tried almost probably produced a tornado before it got slammed by the other storm. We had a destructive cell merger. It tried to hang on and actually got severe warned again. Never really could organize that area of rotation. It's finally also on the way out near Franklinton. Yeah, it does seem like the severe threat for Mississippi is also generally on the downtrend, which is, it's a good thing. This area kind of from maybe north of Jackson, northeast Mississippi may have a little bit more in it. Hebron, see, that's another one. There's one of those town names in almost every state, and some of it it's Hebron, some of it I think it's Hebron, some of it it's probably even something else. There's so many towns that there's like one in each state, and almost every one has a different way of pronouncing it. I'll remember that one though. Hebron? Okay, Hebron. Yeah, see, okay, that's a different way than even some of the other towns pronounce it. Jeez. Just a little organization. They should get with the other Hebrons and figure out a common pronunciation. They did warn this extended out towards Pickens County, Georgia, or sorry, Alabama, through the Gordo area. Decreased it though down to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Strongest winds may push through just south of Gordo. Yeah. Does New Hebron, do they pronounce it at least the same as Hebron? Like these two towns, they must pronounce it the same, right? Like they're a couple miles apart. Okay, you guys do too. Hebron. I'll remember that. Still seeing those winds in here, but nothing too crazy. This is still probably the strongest part, surging out towards Douglasville. Did I get Douglasville right? Yeah, if you're on the stream long enough, I'm going to completely butcher your town name, but I hope I got that one right. Look at this bookend vortex. It's not strong, but that's just this bookend vortex. It's kind of like a localized low pressure, basically wrapped up in this MCS complex. It can help sustain this for quite a while. So this is probably going to get through the Atlanta area, at least strong to severe storms. And then, yeah, the bookend can sometimes enhance the wind, get it to kind of bow out a little more on the southern flank. So we may get a little bit more of a surge of damaging winds south of that bookend. And then sometimes we do get some little QLCS spin-ups just south of there too on kind of that leading edge. So we do have to watch out for that getting into the Atlanta metro. Not seeing too much right now, but that's just kind of like a template of what can happen with the bookend vortex. Now, I mean, it could be just, yeah, it says it is. There's a little, it could just be this little corner here. Sometimes these maps, like not all the time, but sometimes these maps do have some towns that don't exist anymore. Especially out in like the plains, like from the Texas Panhandle and the Oklahoma Panhandle and Kansas and stuff. That if I zoom in enough, there's sometimes little tiny town names that aren't there anymore. Like this might be one, Gem, that, you know, got lost in the Dust Bowl kind of towns. So that is a possibility that you've never heard of that, and it doesn't exist anymore. It might just be a place name. Yeah, next time on the chat, I would like your homework assignment turned in on if that town exists. They are very weak, but as these get a little bit closer to the Atlanta radar, I do see there are a couple little kind of micro vortices on the leading edge of that. Nothing tornadic to worry about yet, but just kind of keeping our eye on that. If the bookend vortex strengthens, that could be an issue. And that can also produce its own damaging winds. Even a lot of times these convective systems will produce pretty good damaging winds on the leading edge, but the bookend vortex can sometimes have damaging winds on the backside too. A small low pressure like that's going to have a really tight pressure gradient, so it produces a little wider wind field. There's also kind of another little mini bookend in here, and then it kind of surges out. So those two are kind of the more organized, yeah, and then see that shows. If I move out here, that shows this is the one bookend vortex kind of thing, kind of trying to wrap up there, and it has its own severe thunderstorm warnings. And then this is the larger cluster with its own severe thunderstorm warnings. So that tracks. Those are the two more potent areas of those storms. In between, we've lost some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. And as you can see here, they are warning Kennesaw, Marietta, Cumberland, Douglasville, Villa Rica, Carlton, down towards Noonan, Georgia, and then basically west of I-75 in Atlanta, basically the western neighborhoods of downtown Atlanta, East Point, College Park. Oh, and I agree with this. They've added the tornado possible tag. So like what we're seeing on radar, the National Weather Service is seeing the same thing. As this closes in on the Atlanta metro, we can see a little bit of these little micro vortices with enough confidence that we can add a tornado possible tag. Did it cut out or did you just miss it? What was it saying? Oh, the bookend vortex, there's a little localized low pressure. You can see it on reflectivity. This little localized low, this bookend vortex kind of drives this mesoscale convective system now. So you can get some enhanced, stronger winds on this kind of southern flank of the bookend. But also the bookend itself can also produce some of a wider swath of damaging winds too. Not always, but sometimes. And then there's also the little QLCS micro vortices that can form on the leading edge. That's just kind of the quick hit of what I was going over. We may be able to get a camera on this. Let's see. Now that this is coming into the Metro Atlanta area. Oh, let's see. Try to find a good camera position here for our storm coming into the Atlanta metro. Some of these camera positions are better than others. Okay, this might be a good one. Let me get this loaded up. And ooh, that's a little big. All right, this is on I-75 at Marietta. So getting into some of the severe warning area, and it's a decent perspective. We'll also be able to see how the traffic handles these strong storms coming into areas about to enter more of the populated areas of Atlanta metro. Cartersville, Emerson, Kennesaw, Marietta, Cumberland, Douglasville, down to Carlton. Storms are behaving themselves. I haven't seen any those little micro vortices, those leading edge QLCSs tighten up. We do have a tornado possible tag. This covers a bunch of counties, ton of counties. It's a big warning. Paulding, Carroll, Douglas, Coweta, I think that's how you say it. Fulton, which is Metro Atlanta, and Bartow County in northwest Georgia. And then we'll look back at our severe warning storms in east central Alabama, Talladega, down towards Childersburg, and then towards Stewartville. Awesome. That's what I thought. I've heard that county before. We might have covered severe weather there once or twice. It doesn't get the coverage on social media or even weather coverage as much, but Birmingham, you guys the entire Birmingham metro is under a flash flood warning, so please turn around, don't drown, especially now we're after dark. Things get extra dangerous with flooding after dark. And I'm already seeing more of these damage reports. We're going to get a lot of tree down reports from this corridor. Trees down, Shade Crest Row, that's where I saw those higher winds. Trees down in the Bessemer area, some with power lines. Oak trees down. Trees down in Hoover. Trees down in Vestavia Hills. Yeah, there's a swath in here from near Berry, Mud Hill, probably that area here that got probably 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Maybe a quick spin up. That one time it really tried to tighten up. I don't know if it ever did, but that was around this area, Mud Creek and Ezra. So yeah, that checks out. That southern side of the Birmingham metro got hammered pretty good tonight. Still windy at Gordo, 60 mile an hour wind, small hail. And I should note that is not the same storm that's coming into the metro Atlanta area. I always worry. I think in general, we sometimes maybe don't, like the weather community in general. I try to here on the channel, but in general, I think the weather communications maybe doesn't convey the risk of trees falling on properties, on trees falling on houses. as much as we probably should. Like a lot of times, even I can do it sometimes, to just kind of shake it off. Like, it's just a standard thunderstorm warning. But if you have trees on your property, you do need to take extra severe weather safety measures. Yeah, and the flooding too. How much rain do we have here? Between 1 and 2 inches, and then another 1 or 2 inches are possible. So yeah, and a lot of those 1 or 2 inches came down pretty quickly in that Birmingham area. Cat storm is still going. It's McGee, Mount Olive. We'll see if it makes it to US 49 as a severe thunderstorm. That's still a question mark. In general, those storms in Alabama, the wind is coming down a little bit. These are still pretty gusty. Approaching Dallas, Georgia, Ridge Road, Villa Rica Highway. Hopefully saying that correct. Out towards Tom Murphy Freeway, and then down towards 5 Points and Sand Hill. That's pretty much the leading edge of those storms right now. Back up here towards Emerson. Yeah, you can claim that storm. You're allowed to claim it. It's almost done. Still someone's going to pop in right now from Mount Olive, Mississippi and claim it for themselves. Yeah, you can also see there is wind and some gusty rain ahead of this main line of storm, so looks like it's already getting a little wet in this picture. Boy, though, that's almost the best I've seen I-75 in rain or clear conditions. That's light traffic. I should probably oh yeah, I did. Okay. Since most of our severe weather right now is in Eastern time, I flipped the graphic below me there to show Eastern time. So it is 10 o'clock Eastern. I'm not going to flip it back and forth every time we cover like the storms here in Birmingham, but with most of our severe weather shifting east, I will kind of switch it back to the Eastern time. Get a new read on some of these coming into Atlanta. Oh, that's a big warning. 45. Just doing some recalculating, make sure we're getting accurate information to people. About 35 minutes to downtown Atlanta. And then if you're out towards Powder Springs, about 15 minutes. Douglasville, 10 to 15. Union City, about 31 as well. It's the Georgia state line. And then it gets weird up into Tennessee. It splits Tennessee in half a little bit. And Kentucky. Because Nashville is central, Louisville is eastern. So it does some weird stuff up in here. I don't know, it squiggles around, and then I think it kind of makes a little I don't know. I have to check, but I think it makes like a little cutover. Something like, I don't know. Most of Kentucky, but oh, you know what? Is it the land between the lakes? It might be, I think it comes up like east of Nashville, and then it cuts over, and I think it's the land between the lakes. So like Paducah is Central Time, and Mayfield, and these areas. Yeah, and Indiana gets weird. I don't know if they still do in Indiana, but I know Arizona also doesn't observe daylight savings. So they're now in the same, they're now in the western time zone, but when other states have daylight savings like Las Vegas and Nevada, they're in different time zones than Arizona. That's a beautiful part of the country too, if anyone gets up there. The good news is, as this gets closer to the Atlanta radar sites, the wind, it's in here, it's 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're not seeing the super crazy 75, 80-mile-an-hour winds like we saw through the Birmingham area. Potentially, not ready to call it yet. There's potentially a little bit of weakening going on as this advances to the east. Yeah, and actually same here. Talladega down towards Stewartville. Those storms don't look as strong as they did earlier. This chat has been good tonight. I appreciate all the active chatters. Sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's a little more active. If you're new here, we do severe weather coverage, live streaming severe weather coverage. I put out forecast videos, not every day, but especially ahead of bigger severe weather events, we'll usually put out forecast videos. And then every now and then we'll do recaps and assessments and look back at some stuff, which I may do once things quiet down. I'll probably do more of an analysis and look back towards that Union City tornado that occurred in Michigan the other day. But yeah, definitely give us a like and subscribe. Click that bell icon to get notifications when we go live, especially as we get into severe weather season. That's going to happen more and more. And then if you safely have any weather pictures or damage pictures, you can also, especially tweet, especially X, send us on X, WxCast Live, and I could share those too. But make sure you do that safely. Don't just go out and stand in front of the tornado or stand out here looking at lightning and stuff. Do it once things calm down, or from the safety of you know, your personal safety matters more than getting a picture on social media. Oh, Joe, yeah. Yeah, I've never driven that area. I've flown into it, and it was the first time I flew to Vegas, it was kind of weird because I remember you could feel kind of the plane starting to come down, and I looked out the window and it's just completely pitch black. Like I couldn't see any city lights or anything, and then all of a sudden you kind of, even on the plane, you come over like the hill and the ridge, and then all of a sudden just lights everywhere and the whole Vegas Valley's all lit up. Yeah, but yeah, it was a little trippy. I was like, wait, why are we going down yet? There's nothing here. But yeah, that drive would be interesting. It sounds a little sketchy at night. I wouldn't want to make that drive at night though. Cat. You're in a cool part of the country though too. Cat, you can get down to NOLA pretty easy. That's pretty cool. If I remember right, they want to build. Yeah, they want to build an interstate, right, from Phoenix to Arizona or to Vegas. Right now, the interstate basically goes to the Hoover Dam, and then it kind of becomes regular road. But yeah, I think it's kind of crazy that Vegas and Phoenix, two really big metros, aren't connected by interstate. Which, if anyone's here from Phoenix, you do have some scattered showers and gusty. Looks like the thunderstorms are calming down there. Gusty winds and some small hail around the Phoenix metro tonight. Oh, that storm is no longer severe. It did not make it to Mount Olive and US 49. This is for anyone not knowing this area, this US 49 is a really well traveled not interstate, but 4-lane divided highway that connects Jackson and I-55 with basically the Mississippi beaches. So, and an area that gets quite a bit of severe weather. So it's nice to see that people aren't getting hammered there on 49 with the hail and tornadoes and stuff. Oh, geez. Yeah. An interstate would help the travel distance too, then. If you could get that smoothly at 70 or 75 miles an hour instead of the small roads. Sounds good, Kat. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I'm glad you're safe too. You had a couple stronger storms near you. I feel like that Vegas area is growing since the first time I went out there, and like the last time was fairly recently, and it seems like it's grown so much since then. Oh, that's good. I wasn't quite sure because it's still 9 o'clock in the Central Time. Yeah, that storm. Most of the Mississippi storms looks like are wrapping it up. The one stronger storm north of Canton, couple stronger storms. Not even that strong. Couple storms near Aberdeen and south of Tupelo. But yeah, Mississippi's quieting down in general tonight. And I believe, like we saw earlier, you guys are, yeah, not too much of a threat for Mississippi tomorrow. But then the day 3 Wednesday, much of Mississippi under that slight risk. Did we get any changes? I don't think we've had any changes yet since our stream started. Still a hatch tornado risk, significant tornado risk, north central Illinois into northwest Indiana tomorrow. And then the wind risk, high wind risk in Texas. And then a big area of some people's windshields are not going to be doing too good tomorrow across the Midwest and then also into Texas. Although parts of this Texas area, like very low populated part of Texas. But this, I'm worried about this because this is a really high traveled and also pretty populated area. Like this is going to do some big windshield damage. I wouldn't be shocked to see some of this enhanced risk slide back a little bit further towards like the Kansas City area. There can still be some small kind of changes to things, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to include Kansas City into that enhanced risk for the hail and tornado threat. Thanks, Kat. Have a good one. Which area? Oh, speaking of, Yalobusha County got 1.5 inches hail. Local official report. We'll probably get some more reports trickle in, especially after the storms. And yeah, already seeing some more reports trickle in from the Birmingham. Yeah, which areas? So 1,000 trees blown down. Trees on homes. That's not good. In Columbus, Mississippi. Do I have a pressure thing on here? Let me see if I do. Let me pull up something else. I think I know what you're saying, but let me double check. I think this is what you're asking, Joe, but I'm not 100%. But let me, if it's totally off of what you're asking on your question, let me show you what I can. There it is. Okay. This is a model look at the pressure, especially for like tomorrow's severe weather. And put it into motion. Come on. I put it into motion, you'll see that low pressure develop over Kansas. See how it's pretty bright there, and it also contracts basically over Kansas. This is a deepening low pressure tomorrow that will drive some of that severe weather. Then you'll see it kind of drive up into the Mississippi Valley and then rocket off to the north. But as that pressure deepens, as that low deepens, it'll eventually be a pretty deep low pressure over the Great Lakes. That does drive some of that severe weather. So it's more than just the low pressure. There's also upper level dynamics and also low level flow. So you can have low pressures and not have a lot of storms, but the low pressure is essentially lifting air. So you'll have deep lift in these areas here with the brighter red. The high pressure on this model is the yellow, or is the white and gray color. So this is sinking air, like over the basically a kind of a Bermuda high here. And then this one, kind of like this model, also shows like a general frothiness along the frontal boundary. But yeah, if I got what you're asking, then yes, the low pressure developing over the plains does help drive a bunch of the severe weather that's going to happen tomorrow out in advance of it. That also gives a bunch of different parameters for tornadoes and severe weather, but essentially the low pressure, say it's going to be in here, has that clockwise flow around it. There's also upper level frothiness at the jet stream level. That puts a southwest flow over this area. So you kind of have some low level wind flow around the low pressure. And then you have at the upper levels and even mid levels, you have more of a southwest flow. And then at the low levels, you actually have a southeast flow. So if you can picture all those stacked on top of each other, you might have your low pressure flow, you might have your southeast flow, and then you have your southwest flow underneath that, and you can kind of see all the turning with height. So I think that's what you're asking. Kind of. Okay. I probably went off on off a little far. Let me see if I can find pressures. Do I have a... Trying to see if I have a pressure. I know I can pull it up like somewhere else, but somewhere I can share with you that has pressures on it. Sometimes there are times, boy, I better check on stuff real quick here. Strong storms coming in through Douglasville. They're approaching that kind of that western side of Atlanta. Mableton, hopefully said that right. Mableton, Chapel Hill, South Fulton, Palmetto, down towards Noonan, Georgia. And these have diminished in intensity a little bit, so we can talk about some stuff. Sometimes, not necessarily pressures, but sometimes, and it happens sometimes in the spring and summer, or even summer sometimes, but sometimes you'll have cool air damming that pools up against the mountains. Tends to happen more in the winter and spring and fall, but there's been some times where there's been some pretty nasty storms like down in this area in Alabama and even like southwest Georgia, Columbus. But sometimes once those kind of ride up into more of a cool, stable layer that gets pulled up against the Appalachians, that sometimes helps. Again, you can have tornadoes and severe weather anywhere in the country, but so you can't just be like, oh, the Appalachians saved me from tornadoes. It's not like that, but that can provide a cover of cool, stable air over North Georgia. So yeah, that is that maybe what you're asking? Like sometimes you'll get some really powerful storms that come up, and then once they get towards the Atlanta area, they kind of fizzle out a little bit. A lot of times it's that cool, stable air pulled up against the Appalachians, which kind of comes down like that sometimes into parts of like Rome and stuff. The other thing is sometimes just based on a lot of storm tracks. That's the other thing is like that low pressure tomorrow that develops will usually kind of generally follow a pattern like this, where it goes up into the Great Lakes in Canada. So as it takes that lift and that energy with it, that's why sometimes storms don't get quite as punchy once they get out pretty far from that. So storms could develop tomorrow, like right in here, and they're going to fire pretty strong. But if they make it all the way towards the Atlanta area, they're not going to be as much because they're divorced from the lift of that low pressure as it rides away from you. So you lose a little bit of that lift and instability, or you may have instability from the humid moisture down here, but you lose a little bit of the kind of the mid and upper level dynamics needed for like really, really strong, severe storms. Not always, just like I'm being very general with it, but let's see. Okay, good news. Powder Springs, Lithia Springs, and then South Fulton. These are coming into Atlanta, but they don't look as strong as they did earlier. There's some lightning on the camera there. That area, Joe, is it you that's out here towards Lawrenceville? You guys might miss some of the strongest. I think it is going kind of Atlanta and then especially the southwest sides for that strongest, still kind of severe storms. You're going to get storms, but this northern part of the line is not as punchy as it was earlier. Neither is this. This is a little bit of a Boeing segment, but it's being replaced. It's replacing a severe thunderstorm warning with a special weather statement. So these are all on the downtrend. Oh, in PA, you get a little bit of that. So you can get cool air damming too, like depending on what part of PA. But obviously the Appalachians and the Alleghenies, you can get some cool air, some maritime air that comes in and keeps some of that a little low. And obviously there's some cool air also around the lakes, especially in the summertime. Oh, you're I know where you're down and I know where you are. As soon as you said that, I know where Joe is. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like to sometimes I get a little critical of the National Weather Service if they do something a little weird, but I try not to because they're a big part of, and they have a lot of stuff that's really great, but that one was like, this is not happening. There was like no rotation in it. There was like zero rotation. The only thing that bugs me also is like sometimes they may do some internal investigations on like what happens, but I wish they would publish like some after event reports, kind of like the NTSB does. Not like to get people in trouble and out anyone. Like you don't even have to name the forecaster who put it out, but just it'd be nice to get some information sometimes to see why they do something a certain way. And I think it just came down to someone being way too trigger happy. Some stronger winds in this area, South Fulton. Yeah, but even a funnel though is generally not going to be a Tor E. We had one the other day because it was an actual tornado like doing violent damage, but uh, generally it has to be. They have to have certain parameters for the like the gate to gate shear generally, and like it has to be pretty much a confirmed damaging tornado or about to be a damaging tornado, I guess. But technically, the interesting thing about the Tor E's is population isn't technically even one of the criteria. It has a lot to do with it, but a small town that's about to get hit by a violent tornado should be a Tor E, kind of like the other day in Michigan. That the town that it hit, that tornado was not a big town, but it was rightly labeled as a tornado emergency. But if it was just population as the main factor, then every tornado warning in the Northeast would be a Tor E. Yeah, it was probably like Scud or something. But there's so many radars you have around here that it's real easy to see low level rotation. Because yeah, their main radars there, the Philly tower radars right here. You have radars down here. You have private radars that they have access to that sometimes we don't even have access to. Like I think Millersville University might have their own radar that we don't have access to. So they have like tons of radar opportunities to get a really good low level look and see what's going on in a storm. But anyway, not here to bash them, but this is quickly falling apart here. Still windy, but you can see the look of this storm, and the line is really starting to break apart. Some of this piece of energy is kind of going this way. A little more focused energy down towards Noonan and Peachtree City is potentially going to have more of a severe risk into the evening. Yeah, I don't even see a ton of lightning on this camera too. It's a good sign. I like this camera, but let's see if I can get even a better view of this. This is out of the west end. This should work on this camera. If I remember right, it had maybe at one point it may have rotated just a little bit. At best, it needed a radar indicated tornado warning because there was nothing on radar or confirmed by spotters that showed it was on the ground. You can see right out ahead of this, it's mostly dry roads, but there's some lightning there on the horizon too. Yeah, this is a good shot. This is basically like right here. I believe it's looking west, but I could be wrong. Let's see. I think it's looking to the west. So if you're just joining us, severe warning storms still continue into the Atlanta metro, southeastern Paulding, southeastern Carroll, southern Cobb, Douglas County, northwestern Coweta, and southwestern Fulton counties. Let's see, moving east at 40, 60-mile-an-hour winds. The hail has come down quite a bit. We haven't had much actually recently. The strongest winds are in this area around Fairburn and Union City, South Fulton. And while I'm thinking about Joe up in Pennsylvania, let's see. Chance at some severe weather, even into eastern Pennsylvania on Wednesday. But yeah, we'll get better refinement on this tomorrow, but also especially once storms kind of start tomorrow, we'll get better refinement on the Wednesday forecast, but may get a little feisty there. I think most people in the weather community were asking what they were doing. I saw there were people like posting and tweeting at them from like California asking what they're doing. Yeah, I think the energy here is shifting towards these storms to the south, coming towards Grantville, Hogansville, down towards Brooks, Griffin. Definitely, we're losing the punch on the northern side of the Atlanta metro. And for now, we've lost all the severe warnings in the Alabama side of things. Still some stronger storms between Birmingham and Tuskegee, north of Montgomery, well north of Montgomery, by about 40 miles. And yeah, most of those shouldn't make it right into the Montgomery area. They're going to be more like Tuskegee down to maybe Columbus, Georgia, Fort Benning, and LaGrange. We haven't covered too much other than that. I remember that event. But Philly has been, we haven't covered Philly that much on live streams. A lot of the action is like, seemed like for Philly, it's been south, like into Maryland. We had a couple things we covered. And then I feel like we've covered a decent amount, maybe like North Jersey and up into the New England area a few times last year. But yeah, Philly's been a little bit quieter. Yeah. There were some big storms I covered. The one stream that were in the Jersey Shore that came through like the Philly area. Take a look at these. Getting a really good look at these here on the radar from the Peachtree City radar. They are losing their punch, that is for sure. We'll see what they do. The severe warning goes another 7 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they extend this or if they make it more of a what the Alabama side did and make it more of a special weather statement. Hey, Addie, how's it going? Poplar Bluff on Tuesday. Southern Missouri, right? Yeah, Poplar Bluff down here in Missouri. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Not the worst. I know we've talked about that a little bit. Poplar Bluff, you guys are right on the edge of the slight risk. It's a little... There's still, even though we're like 24 hours to go, there's still some question mark on if this area kind of develops, if we get storms to fire back here. There's a little less question mark of getting storms north of I-70, and I think there's less question mark of getting storms south of I-40. Like, these areas will probably convect. That middle area, that's why there's a slight risk. Just because there's going to be, I think, some capping issues that may hold the storms back a little bit. Let me look, Addie, for you. There's also... Yeah, the biggest tornado threat is going to be well to your north and also to the south. The wind risk is basically down in Texas with some wind across the rest of it. And then the hail, the biggest hail should also be to your north. So kind of a wait and see for Addie. Yeah, Branson's kind of in that same boat as you guys. Yeah, it's all kind of, if storms actually fire, there may not be a lot of coverage of them too. They may be more isolated. And hold on, I'll go back to that. We'll take a look. I'm curious what the latest model run actually shows for, well, the model run that goes out that far, but okay, this is a look at tomorrow. So this is like tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't want to convect a lot. It wants to keep more of the storms tomorrow afternoon across Texas, and then starts to fire storms northern parts of Illinois. It still doesn't want to fire afternoon storms in Kansas until we get into like the 7-8 o'clock hour. And then also some more storms down here in Arkansas. But it keeps the strongest storms, maybe some storms by 10, 11 at night, kind of getting up into Missouri, but the stronger storms down in Arkansas and then across Texas. And yeah, along I-70 and north, like Kansas City, and then maybe some tornadoes up here. So the latest model that goes out that far, the HRRR 18Z, is still struggling with convecting up in this area. Yeah. At least this run wants to, compared to what I saw like yesterday and the other day, put a lot more storms down here into Texas, which is interesting. And it looks like that is being reflected on the Storm Prediction Center because they upped the wind. The hail, I think, was already big, but they upped the wind and tornado risk down here. So they may be seeing some of these clusters, multi-cell clusters developing in QLCS, embedded hail, embedded supercellular structures. But yeah, this Kansas area into Missouri is kind of your biggest question mark tomorrow, I think. Yeah, no problem. We'll be on too, Addie. We'll be live streaming tomorrow. You're better going to Branson than you are to like Bloomington tomorrow. And if you are traveling, this is a really good app. This is WeatherWise that the model is on, but it has live radar. You can switch over. And it's also free. So and you get really good live radar for free. So if you do need like an app on the go, they have the app version. And it's a good idea while if you are traveling, you just check around, check every now and then, pop in, make sure, especially if you're going to drive, like if you're going to leave Branson and go back to Poplar Bluff, just make sure you're not like driving into, a big severe thunderstorm or tornado or something. On severe weather days, when I'm in a risk area, I'm probably broadcasting it in the studio here, but if I'm in a risk area, or especially if I'm in a watch area, I'm checking my radar on my phone just to make sure, even just going from like the supermarket to the house, I just want to make sure I'm not driving into hail or a tornado. But actually for my car, I kind of worry about the hail more. But yeah, having a good radar app, there's a bunch like that are cheap or free, can really help when you're traveling. And you can hit the little like, I don't know if I can on the desktop version, but you can hit the little like indicator, like the locator, if you don't know exactly where you are, while you're traveling, and that'll just like zoom the radar right to your local location. Wow, we've lost our, just like that, we're down to special weather statements and flash flooding. Again, Birmingham area, looks like also up towards Aberdeen, north of Columbus. A couple areas that have flash flood warnings. So please turn around, don't drown tonight. There's a lot of areas that are in drought. Let me see. Yeah, a lot of the south. Let's pull that. Yeah, so a lot of the southeast is in actually pretty nasty drought, as well as actually a lot of this area in Arkansas that's going to probably get some rain tomorrow. Parts of Oklahoma. That area in Texas is actually the least dry area in the south, and maybe like little part of southern Louisiana, but where some of the severe weather is actually, they're actually doing okay. It's more like southeast Texas that needs it. And yeah, across like the Arkansas River Valley. But yes, this area is in drought. Not quite as much in Birmingham, but especially Atlanta and a lot of Georgia in severe and extreme drought. And then Mississippi, parts of Mississippi. But yes, some of this rain will be really beneficial across Arkansas tomorrow. And you guys too. How's PA's looking a little dry on the eastern side. Looks like North Jersey is a little spot that's dry. And then also, I mean, the problem is they're going to get really severe weather, but the area that actually is enhanced tomorrow needs some rain too, across northern Indiana and north central Illinois. Yeah. Western PA looks good. Pittsburgh actually looks one of the, that Ohio Valley is kind of one of the spots there that doesn't actually have a lot of drought right now. Yeah, you guys have gotten a lot of snow over in Philly too. That should help a little bit. Joe, how much snow did you get in the blizzard the other couple weeks ago? Parts of Philly got what, like 12 plus inches, 18 inches, something like that? Oh. I think Philly was like right on the line between some really heavy snow and then, yeah, 5 to 2 feet. Yeah. Back towards, like Reading and Lancaster, they didn't get as much. I think it was like 4 or 5 inches of snow back towards like central Pennsylvania, the Susquehanna Valley. Okay, that's a nice area. Yeah, so you're probably right on that line between getting some really heavy snow and the maritime influence quite a bit there. Because sometimes you get into that South Jersey area and they get like no snow, while a lot of times a little bit further inland in PA they get dumped on. New special weather statement out for areas around north of Tuskegee, Rockford, Alexander City, Lafayette, Roanoke in Alabama. That's east central Alabama. And then strong storms coming through Peachtree City, Noonan, Grantville, Hogansville, non-severe right now. Approaching Griffin, Locust Grove. Severe or not, this is probably going to cause some delays at Atlanta at the airport. But things are calming down. Atlanta and downtown and points north, it's mostly just general storms. Well, that is, that looks like it calmed down quite a bit. Again, tomorrow, potentially some big storms in a widespread area, but especially, I think it's going to be a bimodal setup. I think we're going to get, kind of like the National Weather Service shows, I think we're going to get a lot of storms more concentrated north of I-70. And then it looks like the most widespread storms, according to some of the models, just looking at it here on this live stream, might be tomorrow across Texas, and then a little more isolated, but some serious storms if they can fire across this risk area. And then, yeah, big question mark in the middle is if we get convection or not. Still a lot of question marks for tomorrow. And then we get that a lot of times in the early spring, and especially over the winter and the cool season. There's sometimes severe setups that might look really nice on paper and look really good on the models, but then the ingredients just don't come together in the right timing or the right amount. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And we'll get new model data in overnight and in the morning. So that'll be helpful too. All right, turn around, don't drown. Continue to monitor for severe weather if you're out in front of this. Columbus, Macon, south of Atlanta. May get a few warnings or two. But I'm going to wrap it up. And thanks everyone for joining us. This was the chat was awesome. A lot of great questions, a lot of good conversations. We had some cameras that found storms in some good spots. And well, yeah, for a thrown together live stream, this worked out really nice, actually. For those of you that weren't on the early part, I was working in the studio. I was going to do a little prep for tomorrow and go over some forecasts and actually dive into model data a lot deeper. And then I heard a tornado warning go off, and I couldn't be in the studio and not broadcast while there's a tornado warning. So, and then it ended up to be, I don't know, whatever this is, a 6-hour live stream. So, that worked out fine. But if you're new, like and subscribe, click that bell icon and get notifications when we go live. And especially as we get into the peak of severe weather season and hurricane season in the summer and fall, it's definitely important to have multiple ways to get those weather warnings. And we are glad that we're one of those for you guys. Yeah, stay safe tomorrow. Make sure you have ways to get weather warnings tomorrow. No weather radio, phone alerts on. Take some time today and tomorrow morning to prep if you're in these areas. Go get a NOAA weather radio on the way to work tomorrow. Make sure Google and YouTube how to turn on the weather alerts on your phone if they're not on. It's in the various settings on all the different phones. So yeah, do a little prep work if you're out in these areas tomorrow, because it could be there's a potential for a pretty high ceiling tomorrow. And then some spots aren't going to get anything. Some people are going to be like, what's going on? The National Weather Service sucks. The broadcasters and YouTubers all suck. Like, some people are going to be like, nothing happened, because we just don't know exactly about convection in some areas. But anyway. All right, guys, have a good night. Thanks.